the live proceedings of the Senate, this being a Thursday afternoon sitting of the Senate, today being the 27th of July, the year is 2023, a broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. There is a lot of agendas in the order paper this afternoon for deliberation by senators. And to just take you through the highlights, in the order of business today is that senators will be resuming debate that was interrupted on the 20th of July. This particular bill pertains the Konza Technopolis Bill. This is Senate Bills number 2 of the year 2023 by nominated Senator Gloria Oroba. Another nominated senator with a bill that senators are set to yet again resume debate on this afternoon is Senator Crystal Asige, and her bill is in regards to the Persons with Disability Bill. This is Senate Bills number 7 of the year 2023. And in a nutshell, this particular bill on the Persons with Disability Bill seeks to ensure that people with PWD's conditions are given equal opportunity to other members of the society in terms of employment and so forth. The County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of the year 2022, is also another bill lined up for debate. This particular bill is by nominated Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar. After consideration of those particular 3 bills, the Senate will then sort of retreat into the Committee of the Whole, where under this category, senators will be resuming debates on 3 bills: the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, as well as the Cotton Industry Development Bill, and the Employment Amendment Bill, Bill number 11 of the year 2022 by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei, are some of the bills that will be sort of considered under the Committee of the Whole. After the completion of the allocated time for debate, the Senate will be moving into division, where senators will be sort of voting on matters to do with the proposals in the bill, as well as amendments proposed in some of the bill. Also lined up for consideration this afternoon is the Agricultural and Food Authority Amendment Bill. This is Senate Bills number 13 of the year 2023 by the Senator for Kirinyaga County, Honorable Senator James Murango. The Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of the year 2023, is the last bill that will be considered this afternoon before the senators embark on consideration of motions lined up for debate this afternoon. And to kick off the motion section, the regulation of electronic cigarettes in Kenya by nominated Senator Catherine Muma is the motion given priority in the order paper this afternoon. The nominated senator from the ODM party seeks to have the Senate resolve that the Minister of Health should urgently convene an all-inclusive stakeholders forum to do 2 things. One of the aspects that this Ministry of Health and the aspect of the stakeholders forum is to develop a national policy regulating e-cigarettes and all related elements, including the vape pens, e-liquids, flavors, and their marketing, as well as advertising in the mainstream media, as well as social media. Also, this particular stakeholders forum is also set to establish rules to govern the production, as well as sales, advertising, and consumption of synthetic nicotine, and control of the illicit trade of counterfeit products. The report of the Senate delegation to the 67th session of the Commission, this is on the status of women, held in New York from the 6th to the 17th of March 2023, is also another motion that senators will be debating this afternoon. Another report that senators are set to consider this afternoon is the report of the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, popularly known as IPU, and related meetings held in Namama Kingdom in Bahrain from the 1st, from the 11th to the 15th of March 2023. This particular report was tabled by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Kathuri Murungi, being the leader of the delegation that headed to Manama in the Kingdom of Bahrain in the March of 2023. Pursuant to Standing Orders of the Senate, Standing Orders 57, subsection 1, the Senate Majority Leader will be issuing a statement on the business of the Senate commencing the first week of August, that is the 1st of August 2023. The business of the Senate is just about to commence. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our church. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, presiding over the business of the Senate this Thursday, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes, and this directive is issued pursuant to standing orders of the Senate on matters quorum that require that any particular time when the House is sitting, at least 15 senators have to be in the chamber, as that is the minimum number of senators required. The quorum of the Senate stands at 15 senators. And as we await for the Senate to raise that particular pertinent quorum, allow me to sort of keep taking you through the order paper this afternoon on issues set for deliberations by senators this afternoon. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, is this afternoon set to communicate to the House on issues pertaining a petition. This particular petition is a petition to the Senate by the members of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, popularly known as KUPPET, and the residents of Kilifi County. This particular petition concerns the alleged discrimination by the Teachers Service Commission, TSC, on the payment of hardship allowances and enhanced house allowance for teachers in Kilifi County. Pursuant to standing orders of the House, standing orders number 53, subsection 1, a number of senators are set to seek statements before various standing committees of the House. The Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Jones Muruma, will be seeking a statement from the Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources concerning mining in Kishushe area in Taita Taveta County. The Senator for Laikipia County, Senator John Kinyua, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Education concerning the state of learning in Ngiroriti Primary in Laikipia County. The last senator under this category is Senator Beatrice Ogola, who will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Labor and Social Welfare regarding gender-based violence, GBV, in Homa Bay County. Further, under the standing orders of the House, standing orders number 56, subsection B, on matters to do with chairpersons of various committees communicating to the House, the chairperson, Standing Committee on Matters, Information, Communication and Technology, will be making a statement regarding the activities of the committee for the period between April to June 2023. JLAC Committee, the Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights chairperson, will be making a statement relating to the activities of the committee under the same period between April to June 2023. And finally, the last chairperson is the chairperson in charge of the Committee of Labor and Social Welfare, who will also be communicating to the House in regards to the activities the committee has been undertaking for the period ending June 2023 and beginning in April 2023. This afternoon, pursuant to Standing Orders 57, subsection 1, we expect the Senate for the Senate Majority Leader, that is Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, to issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing the 1st of July 2023. This communication by the leader of the majority party will be communication owing to the resolutions of the Senate Business Committee. I understand the Senate has raised that particular quorum. Allow me to hand you over for that particular live proceedings of the Senate this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing.
Proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3.
Honorable Senators, kindly hasten. I need to make some communications, please. All the honorable senators, kindly take your seats so that we prosecute the business of the day. Honorable senators, I do have the following communication to make. Over the last 9 years, the Council of Governors, in conjunction with the Senate, the national government and the county governments, have hosted annual devolution conference in various parts of the country. The conference have generated conversation around certain thematic areas of concern to the counties, nationally and globally. Key among them being the devolved governance structure established under Chapter 11 of the Constitution following its promulgation in 2010. The conferences were geared towards assessing the progress of devolution, identify challenges faced by the county governments, share best practices, and provide a platform for stakeholders to exchange ideas and solutions. The Senate continues to be a critical stakeholder in this discourse, and its participation in the devolution conference cannot be gainsaid. During the 6th annual and final annual devolution conference held in Wote, Makueni County in 2021, it was agreed that the subsequent conferences be held after every 2 years. This marked the end of the annual conferences. Now, honorable senators, the first biannual devolution conference is scheduled to take place at the Eldoret Sports Club in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, from Tuesday 15th August to Saturday 19th August. The theme of the event is 10 years of devolution, the present and the future. And the sub-theme is driving transformation from the local level county governments as the center of economic development. This theme will not have come at a better time, as more focus is shifting to county governments as the centers of economic development, inclusivity, and sustainable growth. As the co-chair of the steering committee, which coordinates the hosting of the event, I appointed senators to the steering committee to assist in guiding and advising on the participation of the Senate in the conference. The representatives of the Senate at the steering committee include the following senators: Senator Jackson Mandago, MP, Senator for Singishu County and Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH, MP, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP, Chairperson, Select Committee on County Public Accounts, and Senator Mohammed Abbas Sheikh, MP, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Activities of the steering committee are supported by an organizing committee comprising various offices from the Senate. A number of senators have been identified to represent the Senate in the conference program as panelists. I urge the identified senators to cooperate with the steering committee and to closely work with the Secretariat to ensure the effective participation of the Senate. Honorable Senators, in conclusion, I urge all honorable senators to save these dates and plan to attend and participate at this important event in our devolution calendar. Senators may give their confirmation by signing a register to be circulated in the chamber from today until Wednesday, 10th August 2023. I thank you, Senators. I have also the following communication to make. As you may be aware, Standing Order 256-1 of the Senate Standing Orders provides the requirements for a senator who intends to travel outside Kenya, and it states as follows. A senator intending to travel outside Kenya, whether in an official or private capacity, shall give the Speaker a written notice to that effect, indicating the following. 1, the destination intended to be visited. 2, of absence from Kenya. And C, the email, telephone contact, postal or physical address of the senator during the period of absence from Kenya. Now, the past senators have been writing just a brief paragraph to the Speaker that I intend to travel to Norway, and therefore I seek the Speaker's approval. Those letters do not contain the details demanded of us pursuant to Standing Order 256-1. And therefore, the Secretariat has formulated a template, a form. So if you intend to travel, just get hold of that form and fill in the blank spaces that have been designed in that form. You may talk to your peers so that they can get hold of that form, make as many copies as you wish, and store them in your office for your use going forward. This is to emphasize to each and every one of you to adhere to these requirements of the Senate Standing Orders. Further, this is to draw your attention to the provisions of Article 103(1)(b) of the Constitution, which states as follows. If during any session of Parliament, the member is absent from 8 sittings of the relevant House without permission in writing from the Speaker, and is unable to offer satisfactory explanation for the absence to the relevant committee. It should be noted that Article 103(1) is applicable when the absence is occasioned by a senator traveling out of the country, but applies equally when a senator is within the country but does not attend a sitting of the Senate. So, honorable senators, please stand guided accordingly. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Matthew, kindly take your seat. I've got a petition to present. Have a seat, Senator. I didn't call you to. What is your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Yeah, what first of all, Mr. Speaker, it's not really a point of order, but just a point of clarification on the notice to your office about travel. Does this apply even during recess, when the sitting of the House is not affected?
Yes, it applies for the term of your office. Mr. Governor, now, honorable senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted to the Senate by teachers who are members of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET, and residents of Kilifi County concerning alleged discrimination by the Teacher Service Commission on payment of hardship allowance and enhanced house allowance to teachers in Kilifi County. As you're aware, under Article 119 of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within the authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation." Now, honorable senators, the salient issues raised in this petition are as follows. That on 13th July 2021, the Teacher Service Commission signed a collective bargaining agreement with the Kenya National Union of Teachers, the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, and Kenya Union of Special Needs Education Teachers, where the Commission promised to promote teachers serving in arid and semi-arid lands, and had to staff areas by issuing hardship allowances until they reach grades that are commensurate to their respective positions. That in Kilifi County, the Teacher Service Commission listed only Magarini and Ganze sub-counties in Kilifi County as hardship areas, allowing teachers to benefit from the hardship allowance, leaving out Chonyi, Rabai, Kaloleni sub-counties, Uyombo area, and Marafiki Island. That despite Malindi sub-county being classified as a major municipality for teachers to receive enhanced house allowance under Category 2, teachers working some schools within Malindi, including Sabaki Primary School, Sabaki Secondary School, Majivuni Primary School, and Kibokoni Primary School, get a house allowance for others reserve areas and Category 4, as per the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, clusters of teachers' workstations. That Mutwapa and Mariakani towns are categorized under reserve areas for teachers to draw enhanced house allowance under Category 4, as per the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, clusters of teachers' workstations, while the teachers pay high rates of rent occasioned by the towns being major tourist sites. That the petitioners have made efforts to have the matter addressed by the relevant authorities, all of which have failed to have the matter resolved. That the petition therefore pray the Senate to investigate this matter with a view to do the following: effect inclusion of Chonyi, Rabai, Kaloleni sub-counties, Uyombo area, and Marafiki Island in Kilifi County as hardship areas to enable teachers working in these areas to benefit from hardship allowance. 2, initiate inclusion of all schools in Malindi municipality, including Sabaki Primary School, Sabaki Secondary School, Majivuni Primary School, and Kibokoni Primary School, for teachers to receive enhanced house allowance under Category 2 as per the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, clusters of teachers' workstations. And finally, initiate inclusion of Mutwapa and Mariakani towns as major municipalities to allow teachers working there to draw an enhanced house allowance of Category 2 and the major municipalities. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I will allow comments, observation, or clarification in relation to this petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this chance. Mr. Speaker, I'm a very big fan of petitions because I find them to be effective. I find them to be also one of the quickest way in which this House dispenses justice to the people that are represented through their representatives here. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've listened keenly to this petition, and it raises something that is both legal and extra legal in the sense that it's a policy decision, which perhaps the committee, which will give the opportunity to listen to this petition, Mr. Speaker, will have to guide us. Mr. Speaker, you're aware that the Commission for Revenue Allocation conducted an extensive study after being moved actually by this House, Mr. Speaker, because you know, for a long time, this country was used to description of hardship areas as certain parts of the country. And it began by a very erratic and whole-scale definition of what a hardship area is. Previously, Mr. Speaker, if you read the reports of this House, you will recognize or realize, Mr. Speaker, that there were certain regions, actually, or what used to be referred to as back in the days, in the previous constitutional dispensation, as provinces that were considered to be hardship areas. But eventually, Mr. Speaker, with the guidance of the Budget and Finance Committee of this House, Commission of Revenue Allocation updated its reading and appreciation of this particular matter to know that while you can have a county, say, as rich as Kiambu, that there are certain parts of that Kiambu County that do actually qualify as marginalized area because of either their placing, agricultural dispensation, and so many other factors that will involve poverty index and all those things that go into the consideration of what an arid and semi-arid area is, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, listening to the petitioners, first it is clear that TSC is still living in the old dispensation where you classify hardship areas as constituencies. Yet we have moved actually from constituencies. We are now at wards. Out of the 1,500 wards in the country, Mr. Speaker, a good number of them has been classified as hardship areas or arid and semi-arid areas, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I expect that the committee that you will give this petition, Mr. Speaker, will guide us so that as a country, we can have a unified policy that applies for teachers, applies for police, applies for the purpose of equalization fund, and all these considerations, Mr. Speaker, because it's the same people, the same country, the same geographical location. We cannot have different classification for different forms of services, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that will be the biggest achievement over and above what these residents and the teachers of Kilifi are looking up to, Mr. Speaker, so that TSC, just like many other organizations that are yet to update their records and be guided by the constitutionally mandated organ for distribution of resources in this country, Mr. Speaker, and this qualifies as a resource salary, Mr. Speaker, can guide the process so that we don't have different classification for police officers, a different one for teachers.
Senator Chirangei, what is the problem? Proceed.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually done. That's a point that I wish that the
Senator Mazayo.
Okay.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kuwapatia kongole wale walioleta hii taarifa, wale walimu walioleta hii taarifa. Bwana Spika, tunaelewa kwamba sisi sote ni wale waliohitimu kutoka kwa akili na mafunzo ya walimu. Bwana Spika, petition hii ama taarifa hii ni muhimu sana ndani ya hili bunge la Senate, ya kwamba tuweze kuangalia matatizo yanayokumba walimu katika sehemu zao zote wanazofanya katika Kenya nzima. Japokuwa hii petition imeletwa na watu wa Kilifi, na mimi nikiwa kama seneta wa Kilifi ninajua matatizo yanayowakumba walimu katika maeneo walioyataja hapa. Bwana Spika, ninaona taarifa hii ni ya haki na ni ya ukweli, ya kwamba kuna sehemu zingine ndani ya Kilifi ambazo zimefika katika kile kiwango cha kwamba yale mapato yao hayalingani na zile sehemu ambazo wanaketi. Ni sehemu ambazo hivi sasa ziko ghali na maisha yako ghali, na ndio sababu tunasema kwa sababu gani sisi mimi na support hii petition. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema tu ya kwamba, ndugu zangu maseneta, hili ni jambo muhimu sana linalohusika na walimu, na sisi sote lazima tuungane pamoja ili tuweze kuunga mkono petition hii. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having worked in Kilifi as a doctor, Mr. Speaker, I would be failing if I don't stand in this House
Senator
to support
Mazayo, Senator Tabitha, and Senator
Methu.
I call you to order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying, as a public servant who has worked in Kilifi as a doctor for many years, I would be failing, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't stand in this House strongly and supported those teachers in that request. I know the committee is going to be up to the task, and very quickly they'll bring the report. But careful, colleagues. This thing is bigger. You've heard the thoughts of the leader of the majority. It is not an area where we can have uniformity and therefore concurrence across the floor. Mr. Speaker, we need to call the Council of Governors. We need to have a conversation with governors. Governors are starting abstract projects and not committing devolved funds for provision of water, fixing of roads, and with the support of the national government, electricity. The so-called hardship areas are hardship because workers and the inhabitants have no access to water. They find it difficult to travel, things which can be fixed by governors. So we need to put a high standard that the so-called marginalized areas, the governors must be persuaded not to pursue abstract projects. Instead, they invest in these basic services, Mr. Speaker, because for how long? It is 60 years since independence. Shall we continue separating civil servants, that this one should get more and this one get less because of where they are working? Mr. Speaker, which brings me, and because it is debate, I hope, Leader of Majority, you will not feel that we're challenging you, but Leader of Majority, I want us to think collectively. What was the spirit of Equalization Fund? Once upon a time when in this House, Equalization Fund meant what the Constitution wanted it to be, namely, to quickly bring up the marginalized areas which we know to speed so they can be as close as possible as the rest of the country. But what has happened later on? It has been changed, Mr. Speaker. Marginalized areas have now been equated to areas with high levels of poverty. If you make that mistake, then, Mr. Speaker, it means the same way a marginalized area in a far end in Kilifi, in a far end in North Horr, deserves to draw from these funds, then even Kibra, Mukurukwanjenga, Maraba slums in Kakamega, and all the slums in our urban centers will then be entitled to this money. So this Senate must have this conversation. Otherwise, we will be here for 10 years, some will go, others will come back, and the issue of inequality will be, this House is a house of equality. We must bring the country together. Those people from the northeastern province, I wanted to go to vernacular, so that, yes, to Kiswahili, so that the people from that area could hear me very well, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for saving us from Senator Alwale.
Speaker, that matter raised by teachers from Kilifi is a very, very important and weighty matter. Speaker, I've listened carefully to what the majority leader had to say about the payment of hardship allowances to teachers. But Mr. Speaker, when that matter finally gets to the committee, I would want to implore the committee to look at that matter beyond teachers and beyond Kilifi. Because, Mr. Speaker, the national government, which posts staff to different parts of the country, different institutions of government are applying different criteria in determining which members of staff are earning hardship allowance while serving in the same area. So, Speaker, we have a very funny and disturbing situation in Kitui County, where there are members of staff from government ministries serving in some wards which are classified as hardship, but they don't earn hardship allowance. But you have teachers in those wards earning hardship allowance. The Speaker, we must be guided by the same formula that we use. And Mr. Speaker, we must be careful that we don't leave this thing to just one institution of government. We must be careful to ensure that the same formula that we used to identify marginalized areas as opposed to marginalized counties is used to determine the payment of hardship allowances. So that if an area is classified as marginalized, then every member of staff, irrespective of which department of government, then that member of staff should be able to earn hardship allowance. Speaker, finally, and this should go to the committee as well, that, Mr. Speaker, when I came to the Senate in 2017, I was told that Kitui County cannot benefit from the Equalization Fund because it did not meet certain thresholds. And yet, at the time I was getting in, the Speaker, any random person walking on the streets of Nairobi, if you ask them which areas in this country are marginalized, perhaps before they get to number 2 or 3, they will mention Kitui County. The Speaker, I urge a formula, a policy direction, a decision made at a level that it devolves then to all the other departments of government to ensure equity and uniformity in the payment of the marginalized hardship allowances. The Speaker, with those remarks, I really thank the teachers from Kilifi for raising this issue. I thank you, the Speaker.
Senator Meth.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on this particular petition. I would be betraying the teachers from Kilifi if I chose to keep quiet. And I've been a resident of Kilifi. At least I know the areas that have been mentioned in that particular petition, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as we look at this, and my colleagues have actually spoken about the injustices that sometimes we feel are meted on different civil servants, especially on issues to do with hardship allowance. Mr. Speaker, just as my colleagues, Senator Boni and Senator Cheriot, have spoken on issues to do with marginalization and equalization, there is something that has come out very clearly that needs to be addressed, and I would wish and pray that the committee would increase the scope of duty so that it tries and addresses most of the issues that are being raised by the members here, because I know in a very short while, Mr. Speaker, the teachers from Nyandarua will also bring a petition asking very legitimate questions. Just now, the senator who just sat down was giving an example of 2 schools in the same wards, but one are getting hardship allowance, the other ones are not getting hardship allowance. It is even as bad as this way, Mr. Speaker. A school in Daragwa, a secondary school that was born out of a primary school, they share the same land, they share the same title, they share the same fence, but the teachers of the secondary school qualify for hardship allowance. Those ones of the primary school do not qualify for for hardship allowance. Mr. Speaker, then, if that is not the injustice that we want to cure with this kind of a petition, I would not understand how this one shall be addressed. And I would want to even take it further, Mr. Speaker, that in terms of classification of schools, Mr. Speaker, some schools find themselves geographically in one area, and in terms of the zoning by the Ministry of Education, they are in a different area, Mr. Speaker. A school like Nyahururu Boys High School, Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that Nyahururu is geographically Laikipia County, but they are in Nyandarua in terms of the classification by TSC, Mr. Speaker. Nyandarua Boarding High School, Mr. Speaker, geographically is in Nyahururu, but they are classified as schools in Nyandarua, Mr. Speaker. I want to beseech, Mr. Speaker, that the committee does not only look at the issues to do with the Kilifi County, Mr. Speaker. Let them expand the scope of this investigation, Mr. Speaker. Let them get to understand how and why very dry areas of Nyandarua in Daragwa, teachers who are in very advanced conditions in some places in Nyandarua, in some places in Laikipia, in some places in Kakamega, and many other places, Mr. Speaker, they do not qualify for hardship, where they are just, next door neighbors qualify for hardship, Mr. Speaker. It is not supposed to be geographical location. There is some person that is in Kitui, there is some person that is in Marsabit, that enjoys, that lives in a better condition than a person in a very dry place in Nyandarua, just because Nyandarua produces the highest, is the biggest producer of potatoes, Mr. Speaker, does not necessarily mean that every place of Nyandarua is agricultural. There are some places that are so dry, Mr. Speaker, and this injustice must be looked into. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid we've expended the 30 minutes allowable under Standing Order 237, and therefore pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the same be committed to the Standing Committee on Education. In terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 27 July 2023. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the County Government Equitable Share Cash Disbursement Schedule for Financial Year 2023-2024.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a notice of motion to the House on the extension of mandate of the ad hoc committee to investigate the proliferation of religious organizations and the circumstances leading to the deaths of more than 95 people in Shakahola, Kilifi County. 95 people then, Mr. Speaker. That aware that the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 27th April 2023, the Senate, by resolution, established an ad hoc committee to investigate the proliferation of religious organizations and the circumstances leading to the deaths of more than 95 people in Shakahola, Kilifi County. Mr. Speaker, acknowledging that the committee has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in the execution of its mandate, including meetings with the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, the Attorney General, religious leaders, and visiting families of victims throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, appreciating that the mandate of the Select Committee is due to lapse on Wednesday, 26th July 2023, and Mr. Speaker, noting that the event surrounding the Shakahola massacre in the country continues to evolve with the discovery of more bodies in the Shakahola mass graves, with the death toll being upwards of 400 people, and the need for the committee to visit the new grave sites and engage more stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, now therefore, the Senate resolves, we seek that the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the ad hoc committee by a further period not exceeding 21 days from 26 July 2023, and to table its final report in the Senate on or before 16th August 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. The Senator. Senator Rober.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the County Government Equitable Share Cash Disbursement Schedule for financial year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 27th of July, 2023, and that pursuant to Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 189.3, the Senate approves the county government equitable share cash disbursement schedule for financial year 2023-2024.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Senator Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to raise or to request for a statement on the sharing of revenue generated from the Tsavo National Park. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the status of revenue sharing generated from the Tsavo National Park between the national government and the county government of Taita Taveta. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the total amount of revenue collected from the Tsavo National Park on an annual basis from 2018 to date, highlighting the contributions from the various income streams, including value-added tax, gate fees, land rates, and other significant sources of income. Number 2, state the amount due to the county of Taita Taveta on a 50-50 sharing basis with the national government in line with the presidential directive of 23rd July 2023 that was made at Mwatunge Grounds, Mwatate Sub-County, providing a comprehensive breakdown of funds that have been remitted to the county since 2018. And 3, clarify when artisanal miners will commence mining within the Tsavo National Park as stated in the said presidential directive, tabling the policy and framework, if any, that will guide the mining works. I thank you.
Senator John Kinyua. Senator John Kinyua, that statement is dropped. Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding gender-based violence in Homa Bay County. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should, 1, state the number of gender-based violence cases reported to police across the county of Homa Bay in the last 5 years, providing an update on the status of the respective court cases. And 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should indicate measures put in place by the national and county governments to promote gender equality, protect gender-based violence victims, and bring perpetrators of gender-based violence to book. Senator Beatrice Ogola, MP.
Senator Methu, proceed to read the statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And next time, be alert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, you called Kinyua, and I was not remembering that I'm standing in for him. A statement on the state of learning at Giroriti Primary School. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on the state of learning at Giroriti Primary School in Laikipia County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the number of qualified teachers deployed to the school and the current deficit. 2, indicate the state of availability of suitable facilities for use by the teachers and learners in the school. 3, appraise the Senate on the frequency of supply of teaching and learning materials by the government to the school. And 4, outline the measures put in place by the Ministry of Education to mitigate the harsh working and learning condition for teachers and learners at the school. Senator John Kinyua, MP, Senator for Laikipia County.
Senator Stewart Mazayo.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will read the statement on behalf of Senator Mazayo. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the withdrawal of security detail attached to the Azimio One Kenya Alliance leaders. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the motive behind the withdrawal of the security detail attached to all the Azimio One Kenya Alliance leaders after the peaceful countrywide demonstrations that took place on the 12th of July 2023 and 19th of July 2023, yet the leaders were exercising their constitutional right to demonstrate as captured in Article 37 of the Constitution. Number 2, explain whether the security detail attached to the leaders and members of parliament is a right or a favor bestowed upon them. Number 3, explain why the security officers attached to the leaders and members of parliament are being recalled without official communication or appropriate signals to parliament and or the clerk or speaker of the Senate. Number 4, state whether this discriminatory practice of withdrawing security detail against a section of senators will be continuous, in which case then this signals a worrying trend. Number 5, spell out measures, if any, the Ministry of Interior and Administration of National Government has put in place to ensure that the Azimio One Kenya Alliance leaders and members of parliament whose security detail have been withdrawn are accorded adequate
What is
security.
the point of order, Senator Mandago?
Reading a statement.
Yes, my point of order, Mr. Speaker, is on reference to statement of facts. The Honorable Senator Wambua has said there were peaceful demonstrations. What we witnessed, Mr. Speaker, were not peaceful demonstrations. We witnessed looting, stoning, punching people's cars, destroying motorbikes. That is not peaceful demonstration, Mr. Speaker, by any means.
Senator Mandago, that is not a point of order. This is a statement. It will be up to the committee to come to that conclusion, whether indeed that statement is factual or it's made in error. So let the committee investigate and return a verdict. Maybe they'll go by your conclusion, maybe not. So allow the senator to read the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's okay, let me complete. So number 5, spell out measures, if any, the Ministry of Interior and Administration of National Government has put in place to ensure that the Azimio One Kenya Alliance leaders and members of parliament whose security detail have been withdrawn are accorded adequate security. And number 6, recommend immediate measures to further prevent security detail attached to leaders and members of parliament from being withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this was a statement that was being sought by the minority leader, Senator Stewart Mazayo. And as the Speaker, with your permission, I would just add a sentence and say, Mr. Speaker, it is important for all of us,
Senator,
to accord ourselves, Mr. Speaker.
You have read the statement?
I sought permission, Mr. Speaker, to say a word.
Which permission has been denied? Which permission has been denied? Kindly. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker.
You are a seasoned member of this House. Kindly. Kindly. You cannot debate your own statement. I will allow, Senator Mogeni, I will allow limited comments on all these statements, 18 minutes, 9 minutes to the opposition, and 9 minutes to the government side. Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, we get a bit concerned with the references of opposition and government. As a leader of this House, you are aware that I drive in a GK vehicle. It's true. It's my entitlement as a leader in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I would propose that we maintain the minority and majority references because we are in a parliamentary, a presidential system that there's no government or opposition in this House.
Senator, very well, order senators. I did not know that Senator Sifuna is in government. That's good. And therefore, from today henceforth, the left side of the chair shall henceforth be referred as the minority side, and the side on the right of the chair shall henceforth be referred as the majority side. Now, the 9 minutes to allow as many of you to speak I will allow 2 minutes per speaker so that we have as many of you to speak. So I will start with Senator Chirankei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I want just to react to the statement by the Senate Minority Leader and agree with government that sometimes it is necessary to withdraw the police, especially from the people who are doing illegal demonstrations, Mr. Speaker. How can you send a police officer to fight another police officer? And that is why we have had allegations where bullets have been used by the same bodyguards who are guiding minority leaders and Azimio to shoot ordinary Kenyans, and that is why one police officer has been killed, Mr. Speaker. Over 300 police officers are recuperating in hospital, Mr. Speaker. A chief house has been banned, Mr. Speaker, in Siaya and in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. How can you allow people to get police, to go and use the police to fight their colleagues, Mr. Speaker? So I find this statement that we must be told, outside what they are alleging that there is police brutality. Mr. Speaker, I remember, and it is shocking, the people who are shouting the highest, when our security, Mr. Speaker, was being withdrawn by Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, and then they used to celebrate here. There is nothing unusual for government to get signal and remove your bodyguards, Mr. Speaker. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, we even went to court to challenge. But the courts told us that Inspector General...
What is the point of order, Senator Eddy?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on point of order number 105. And I wanted to know whether my good friend, honestly, Senator Chirankei, although sometimes very emotive, is in order to point at me and say that during the time that Uhuru Kenyatta or whoever the government was that denied some people security, I was happy. I was not in this house. I was not a member of any place in this house. Is he in order to point at me and impute improper motive, Mr. Speaker, on me?
Certainly, Senator Chirankei, you're out of order. The Honorable Senator certainly did not contribute to whatever you went through, and please do not in any way refer or in any way bring him to your statement that indeed Senator Eddy was involved in the withdrawal of security then when you were going through that withdrawal. That was, I believe, in the third Senate. In the third Senate. That's what you're referring, Senator Chirankei. Yes, Senator Eddy wasn't in the House. He was not even a leader, a political leader then. So there's no way he could have had that influence to warrant that. So kindly do not refer to Senator Eddy in this.
In conclusion, I'm aware Senator Eddy was being thrashed at that time by the current the current governor of Migori, Ochilo Ayako, was thrashing Senator Eddy, and he didn't make it at that time. But I have not mentioned names, Mr. Speaker. I think answered can. In conclusion, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, you cannot say the government in office is illegitimate, then you want the same government to provide with you security. How? We cannot allow, and you cannot talk about police brutality and fail to recognize that the police have been killed and injured, Mr. Speaker. So I oppose this statement.
Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From my perspective, the doctrine of separation of powers, we have a constitution that has created 3 arms of government. In my understanding of this particular doctrine, there is no arm of government that is superior to the other. In fact, Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House are members of the government of Kenya because of the fact that we are members of an arm of government. You must always make the distinction in your head between the government and the political parties that are in power. There is a big difference between ODM, the political party, and the minority leadership or the minority side here in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have always asked myself, how did it begin that people elected to an arm of government such as Parliament required to be provided state security? And in fact, if you pursue that line of reasoning and tie it with what I have said about these arms of government being separate but interdependent, I would actually propose a time when just the way that Parliament has its own assets, like the vehicle that I have been provided for as a leader in this House, we need to have our own police force that does not take directions from anybody other than the leadership of Parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is my view.
Order,
this is
members.
My view.
May the senator be heard in
Mr.
silence.
Speaker, this heckling that I experience from the majority side is what boils my blood sometimes. Then I find myself in hot soup with your seat.
Calm down,
but Mr.
Senator
Speaker,
Sifuna, calm
I will do my best. I have a group of Catholic bishops who are praying for me to ignore the people who try to provoke me on this side. But Mr. Speaker, the point that I was making is that just the way Parliament has its own assets, its own budget, I think when it comes to the security of members, the same should apply. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Keroche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And I want just to say that I'm with these minority side senators, for I can imagine how they are feeling without the security. But I think they know the solution of all this. Thank you. They know the solution of all this. They know we have a very understanding CS of security. They just need to close across and go and apologize for the hard work, the unnecessary work they've made the CS of the security do for the last maybe, I don't know, 2 weeks or a month. I think it, and this business community complaining all the time, what they've gone through, losses. I'm sure you've seen the press conferences that they've been calling. They are losing 2.8 billion because of those unpeaceful demonstrations.
Order,
and some of these,
Senator,
they are lawyers.
What is your point of order, Senator Mazayo?
Bwana Spika, singependa kumwingilia dadangu katikati na ule Unajua ambao hawajui Kiswahili.
Order, senators.
Ambao hawajui Kiswahili, Bwana Spika.
May the senator for Kilifi be heard in silence, please.
Ambao hawaelewi Kiswahili.
I don't see anything funny about that statement.
Yeah.
Unless.
Kwa hiyo ningependelea Bwana Spika nimuulize, je, ni sawa kusema ya kwamba kwa sababu ya yale yaliyojiri katika huko nje, sio hapa ndani ya bunge. Kazi ya bunge ni tofauti na ile kazi ya nje ni tofauti. Na tukiwa hapa tunafanya kazi ya bunge. Ni sawa Bwana Spika kwa mtu kuambiwa
I've been attentive.
Amesema tuende tukaombe msamaha.
Under what standing order are you is your point of order premised?
The normal standing order. Yeah. Bwana Spika, nitatumia kipengele cha kwanza katika oda yetu. Kile cha kwako. Bwana Spika.
Honorable Senator. Honorable Senator, just gather yourself. Just have your take your seat. You know that standing order is not available to you.
Najua, utanipatia hiyo nafasi niweze ku.
Senator Mazayo, I asked you to state the standing order upon which you're raising your point of order. And you've said standing order number 1. Standing order 1 is not available to you. Proceed to conclude your statement, Senator Keroche. Take your seat, Senator Fokelefe. What is your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Mr. Speaker, I raise understanding order number 105 on responsibility for statement of fact, and specifically 105.1 on accuracy of facts. In fact, read together with standing order number 101, Mr. Speaker, in terms of some of the things that as a senator I might find offensive. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the senator of Nakuru to imply in this house that my security is as a function of right because of the CS of Interior, or it is by constitutional right, Mr. Speaker? And I ask this very seriously, Mr. Speaker, because I have been in hospital, Mr. Speaker. While I was in the hospital, my security was withdrawn in the middle of the night, Mr. Speaker. Up to today—
Point of order, Senator Eddy.
My point of order is the senator has argued that for us to get our security back, and for me specifically, I want to talk about myself because my security was also withdrawn as a member of Azimio, I must go and apologize to the Minister of Interior in order to get my security back. And Mr. Speaker, for me to get my security back is not a function of the CS of Interior. It's a function of right in the Constitution.
Senator Eddy, that is our opinion. As you're aware, this matter is going to be committed to a committee. I therefore overrule.
But Mr. Speaker,
proceed to conclude your.
Thank you. And I want to take just even less than a minute to respond to Senator of Migori, Senator Eddy. I just want to just respond, just to tell him, he knows very well that this government, it has a president. This government has one president who is elected, his helpers, and the helpers are the CSs. So the CS of Interior stands for the government of Kenya. So we have many lawyers on the other side, and they know Article 37, what it is saying.
Senator Mogeni. Order, senators. Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a fairly serious matter, extremely serious matter. And Mr. Speaker, when you tell us to give a contribution of this nature for 2 minutes, we are not doing justice to this House. And I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, if you read Gazette Notice number 27th of July, 2022, the privileges of security that attaches to your office as Speaker, that attaches to the office of Majority Leader, that attaches to the office of Whip of the Majority, and the leadership of the minority side, Mr. Speaker, is all worded in the same paragraph. They are all together. And if you go to the answered, Mr. Speaker, you may benefit from the contributions of Majority Leader on the 28th of April, 2021. I hope, Senator, you are listening. On his contribution at that time, Senator Cheruiyot moved this House to adjourn to discuss violations of the rights of 3 senators who were arrested to be stopped from participating effectively in the deliberations of the work of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I sit here at times, I listen to us, and we take the business of this House like a roller coaster, where we want to give it twists and turns. There are issues that touch on the welfare of members that should be separated from the politics of the day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you sit there, and to remind you that your predecessor, Speaker Marende, had his security withdrawn. He used to sit as a Speaker of this House. We have
Senator Mundige. Order, senators.
Bwana Spika, si vizuri sana kunyang'anywa askari, lakini nakumbusha seneti hii tarehe 7 kulikuwa na maandamano. Hakuna mtu akuelewa ama alikuwa na macho hakuona kama vile express way ilifanyika, ilichomwa, watu wakapigana na wale wengine wakauawa juu ya kuwa hakukuwa na ulinzi mzuri. Alafu tarehe 12 na 13 siku 3 Azimio walikuwa metangaza mambo ya maandamano. Lakini naunga mkono kunyang'anywa mpunduki na askari, kwa sababu hiyo kitu ingefanyika siku hiyo Kenya haingekuwa vile iko leo, kwa sababu ilikuwa wale walinyang'anywa walikuwa wamekaa kwa hii mlima na wale wengine wangekaa kwa hii mlima, Kenya ingechomeka. Ya pili, nataka kusema tarehe 6 jioni tulikuwa na Madam Speaker, yale kitu ilifanyika katika makao hii ambaye kwa seneta wa Nairobi wangekutana pale nje, watu wangeuana. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono yale walifanyika. Ya pili, naona hawa leo hapa kwa sababu ana punduki. Ingekuwa na punduki, saa ungewaona nje. Unakumbuka hata wakati tulikuwa napitisha mambo mingi au ungewaona, kwa sababu walikuwa na askari wakienda kule nje kurusha mawe, lakini leo wamepoa. Na tunasema hiyo ilikuwa ni funzo. Kwa hiyo kujeni karibu, tunaweza kaa chini, serikali ya Kenya Kwanza na serikali ya Azimio tunaweza kusemesana kidogo. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Kajwang. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join those who believe in the institution of the Senate. I want to join those who believe in the Constitution. Today we could be celebrating the withdrawal of security of those on the minority side. And Mr. Speaker, you never know what's going to happen. We have sat in this House, and many of us sat in this House with a sense of self-entitlement that we had government. And Mr. Speaker, it came to a time that those who are celebrating the government and its injustices were the first to be thrown out of the window. Mr. Speaker, some of us sitting on the minority side found ourselves chairing committees that were reserved for those on the majority side. And those who lost those positions, not too far back, had been celebrating how that government was the alpha and omega, and how that government was, as white as cotton. Mr. Speaker, let us draw the line between the rights and privileges that are extended to members of this House by the Constitution and by the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Committee, and separate it from the political shenanigans. Mr. Speaker, I would not want to see Senator Cherargei in a Subaru, in the boot of a Subaru, whether I agree with him or not. I would not want to see Senator Lelegwe again in the boot of a Subaru. Mr. Speaker, let us not celebrate injustice. Let us not celebrate actions that kill the institution of the Senate and actions that fly in the face of the Constitution. That is my appeal to members as we debate this, that let us think of the Senate, let us think of constitutionalism, let us think of the sacrosanct role of Parliament in a democracy. We cannot allow the executive to be extending and withdrawing our security at will or at its own whim. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House that we think about the institution.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kutoa kauli yangu. Kile ambacho nataka kusema ni kwamba hawa maaskari waliondolewa kwenu sio kinyume na sheria, kwa sababu maandamano yalikuwa tayari yameharamishwa na taasisi husika katika taifa la Kenya. Hakuna Mkenya mahali popote ambaye hakupata ilani ya kuwa maandamano tayari yalikuwa yameharamishwa. Na ni jukumu la serikali kulinda wananchi pamoja na mali za raia wa Kenya. Na ni jukumu la IG wa taifa hili la Kenya, Inspector General, kuweza kuhakikisha usalama, hata ikiwa wao ni wasimamizi wenu, wanawachunga nyinyi, lakini hata wao wako na haki zao za kikatiba ambazo zinastahiki kulindwa, na mlinzi wao ndiye aliyewaambia wao wasije kuwalinda. Kwa hivyo mimi napenda kuongea kitu kimoja kama Mkenya. Tusiombe sana tupawe haki ambazo hatutaki kuchukua majukumu yao. Our rights comes with responsibilities.
Senator Mirajo, out of order.
Haya, haki zetu zinakuja na majukumu. Tuwe tayari kujukumika katika kila haki ambayo tunaitisha katika hili taifa. Na nimesikia kwa muda mrefu upande wa upinzani wakililia haki, haki, haki. Tutambue ya kwamba pale haki yako inaishia ni haki ya mwingine inaanza. Kuna Wakenya watulivu ambao hawakutaka kujihusisha na maandamano. Hata huyo bodyguard ambaye unalia umenyimwa ni haki yako. Hata yeye ako na haki ya kuchungwa katika taifa la Kenya. Asante mwenyekiti.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that we can have honorable senators cheering and giggling about the violation of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely important that the relevant committee and the PSC informs senators whether the privilege of having security as state officers is a privilege that is political. Mr. Speaker, the weaponization of the police service, which is a service that is supposed to be neutral, provided to state officers neutrally, whether they belong to this divide of the politics or the other, is something that is going to put us in a very bad place. Mr. Speaker, I would like to call all of us to observe what is happening around other countries. Today in Sudan, the police are not in charge. So don't weaponize the police. Don't politicize the police. The police must be reminded to do what they're supposed to do. And I think it is deplorable to have honorable members seriously misrepresent what the Constitution provides as though we have ousted the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I call upon all of us to be the adults we are supposed to be. We have students in the gallery, and we cannot have deliberate political misinterpretation of the law to suit yourselves. We need to decide either the police is withdrawn for all politicians or it is retained for all of them equally.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance also to add my voice. Mr. Speaker, we want to say that the Constitution should not be applied selectively, Mr. Speaker. Article 37, which is being quoted by the minority side, Mr. Speaker, talks about freedom to demonstrate. But, Mr. Speaker, that particular provision does not take away the rights of the other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, also to be protected. Mr. Speaker, we are not celebrating the removal of bodyguards for our colleagues. But, Mr. Speaker, there must have been a reason behind this. There must have been an intelligence report why the government took that decision. Mr. Speaker, the same principle my colleague was saying of separation of powers. It is the function of the executive, Mr. Speaker, to guarantee security to every Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, if the decision to withdraw the security from our colleagues was done, it was done based on what the executive, Mr. Speaker, thought was not proper, because security for other people, Mr. Speaker, was also at stake. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that this country belongs to all of us. It is not fair for the minority side, Mr. Speaker, to accuse the government side. Yet, Mr. Speaker, what they term as peaceful demonstration, Mr. Speaker, is the complete opposite. It is killing, it is maiming, it is destroying. Mr. Speaker, let us all be fair to ourselves, Mr. Speaker. If leaders from the minority side, Mr. Speaker, was to speak of peaceful demonstration.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm so surprised and shocked at my brothers speaking about, the guns, use of the guns. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear how the police should use the gun. The gun for the police is to protect the property and life of Mwananchi. And it can only be used against a Mwananchi if the Mwananchi is a threat to the police. But this is a situation, Mr. Speaker, where people who have no arms, who have nothing, just with their hands demonstrating, exercising their democratic rights, are shot by the police. And Mr. Speaker, now our brothers on the floor
What
here.
is your point of order, Senator Chirange?
Mr. Speaker, I raise understanding order number 98, 105, and 101 of the Senate standing orders. Is it in order for my big brother and senior youth, Senator Oburu Odinga, to allege that the police have been shooting people who are not armed? Yet we have seen, even in media and other outages, that people are throwing stones and rocks and even shooting at the police, and that is why one police is dead and 370 are admitted as we talk. Is it in order to state something that is not, Mr. Speaker, that is not true? I wish he would have even used the word allegedly instead of using it in finality, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order?
By the committee, but I'm sure the committee will come to the same conclusion as I am. And I also want to tell Honorable Cherargei that when your security was withdrawn, you were crying. And Cherargei, two wrongs don't make a right. So the fact that yours was withdrawn
Order, Senator Chirange.
does not make it a right now to withdraw the security of the others when it is
the good senator be heard in silence, please.
in the privileges for the senators, Mr. Speaker, to have their security. And Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that our members who are representatives of the people elected, some of them elected, can stand up here on the floor of the House and celebrate when their leaders are saying that the police did a good job by killing people. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad, Mr. Speaker, because we have...
Order, honorable senators. Order, Senator Chirange. Can the honorable senator be allowed to conclude his comments, please? Now, honorable senators, before we move to the statements pursuant to Order 56-1, I have the following communication to make. In the public gallery, we have 41 pupils, accompanied by 6 teachers from Olkiramantiani Primary School, Kajiado County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Also in the public gallery, we have 86 students accompanied by 8 teachers from Mwesondo Secondary School, Bomet County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Kajiado to welcome both delegations. Under 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Senate Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of students or pupils from Orkiramatian Primary School, which you come from Magadi Ward, Kajiado West Sub-County. I want to congratulate you and welcome you to the Senate. Your senator is Lenku Kanarseki. For those who are not aware, this is the Senate chamber. And I have one of our colleagues, two of our colleagues in the Senate, Senator Mundet and Senator Peris Tobiko. And I wish you well, and I wish you a fruitful journey back home. And I'm very sure you'll learn quite a lot as you continue to follow the proceeds of this Senate. Thank you so much, and God bless you as you go back home. Thank you, teachers.
In keeping with the traditions that we've always set, I will allow Senator Sigei to welcome the delegation from Bomet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was already concerned when you directed that Honorable Senator Seki was to welcome the team from Kajiado. And I want to take the opportunity to welcome the students of Meswando Secondary School. Meswando Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, is in the tea growing zone of Bomet County, a sub-county by the name Konoin constituency. I would like to encourage them to take back home lessons that they will have picked from this house, particularly with regards to what goes on here. This is the house where senators debate on matters affecting our counties, and in this case, the 47 counties in the Republic of Kenya. And I'm very sure at the end of your session, you will have learned not only what goes on in the Senate, how debate is done, but you will also have been inspired so that you go back, work hard, and come back to this house as senators, as clerks, as the speaker, or as any other person that works within this particular house. I welcome you, and I encourage you to learn from what is going on here today. Of course, after a small session, we'll definitely have to shake hands out there and share a bit of tete-a-tete before you go back home. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology. Where is the chair for ICT? Miraj, are you reading that statement? Okay, so we move to the second, the Chairperson Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 561B of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights for the months of April to June 2023. Honorable Speaker, during the period under reference, the committee held 25 sittings at which it considered various legislative proposals, bills, statements, petitions, and held stakeholder engagements as set out below. A. Legislative proposals. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted pre-publication scrutiny of 4 legislative proposals which were referred to the committee pursuant to Standing Order 1303A of the Senate Standing Orders, and that is the Draft Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bills 2023, sponsored by Honorable Senator Godfrey Osotsi MP, the Draft Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator Crystal Asige MP, the Draft County Government Amendment Bills 2023, sponsored by Senator Crystal Asige MP, and the Draft Election Amendments Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator John Kinyua, Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, in considering the legislative proposals, the committee held discussions with the respective sponsors and considered the legislation and practice in comparative jurisdictions. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the comments and recommendations of the committee was submitted to the Honorable Speaker of the Senate pursuant to Standing Order 133A. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a process of work in progress where the bills will be placed before the House upon publication for further processing. Under bills, Mr. Speaker, the committee commends consideration of one bill, namely the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2023, following its introduction in the Senate on the 4th of May 2023. Being a bill to amend the Constitution, the committee has a time frame of 90 days within which to conduct public participation and table its report in the Senate. Honorable Speaker and members, in considering the bill, the committee observed that there have been 12 attempts previously made during the previous terms of Parliament towards enacting legislation on the two-thirds gender principle. 7 of these attempts, Mr. Speaker, were through constitutional amendment bills, all of which failed to garner the required threshold to pass at second reading stage. The current bill, Mr. Speaker, is therefore the 13th legislative attempt towards realizing the two-thirds gender principle in Parliament. That being the case, Mr. Speaker, and noting the need to secure broad-based support across the floor in both houses, the committee resolved to nominate the Honorable Senator Veronica Maina MP to the multi-agency working group on the two-thirds gender rule, and to further request for the inclusion of Senator Beth Shenko MP, the sponsor of the bill, as a member of the working group. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to inform this House that the working group has held several meetings with the objective of building consensus on a framework and bill to implement the two-thirds principle. As a committee, we await the outcome of this process, which will then inform the recommendation that we'll be presenting to the House regarding the bill for further processing. On statements, Madam Speaker, the committee considered 3 statements during the reporting period. These are: 1, the statement sought by Senator Esther Okenyuri MP regarding the lack of a national design and framework for civic education in Kenya; 2, statement sought by Senator Hamida Kibwana MP on the early release of inmates convicted of minor offenses; and thirdly, the statement sought by Senator David Wakoli MP regarding pending bills occasioned by the senatorial by-election in Bungoma County. The committee, Madam Speaker, met with the respective senators who sought the statement as well as the relevant stakeholders, wherefore the statements were responded to. The committee also identified areas for further engagements arising from the said meetings and considerations. Madam Speaker, indeed, yesterday, the committee also met the IEBC Secretariat, where a report was tabled before the committee on the statement, particularly by Senator Wakoli, and it confirmed that there has already been compliance on the part of the IEBC in the payment of the outstanding bills to the service providers who had been contracted during the by-election in the relevant county. Madam Speaker, what indeed also transpired yesterday upon the meeting that the committee had with the IEBC, the certain proposals which were made regarding legislative proposals and electoral reforms which would be relevant to the House and to the entire electoral system of this country, as well as additional pending bills. Madam Speaker, it's worth noting that we did indeed discover that as at now, there is a huge pending bill amounting to over 3.9 billion Kenya shillings, which is yet to be cleared by IEBC to various service providers who were contracted during the 2022 general election, and even some dating back to the 2017 general election. Madam Speaker, these are the issues which the committee is also under an obligation to engage as a way forward and to advise the relevant agency as well as also the House in a manner and way that it's supposed to as part of the stakeholders relevant to this committee. On petitions, Madam Speaker, During 3 months under reference, the committee considered 4 petitions, one by Paulo Mosbey concerning historical injustices suffered by Torobek community, petition by Kipsigis community clans organization members concerning historical land injustices suffered by the Kipsigis community, petition by Ms. Zipporah C.K. Sironei regarding mistreatment, harassment, property laws, and human rights violation meted on the family of the late Honorable Jean-Marie Sironei, and lastly, petition by Nayan Savla regarding the delay in launching the Victims' Rights Charter under the Victims Protection Act number 17 of 2014. In considering the petitions, Madam Speaker, the committee held deliberations with various stakeholders and undertook site visits as follows. 1. On the 14th of April 2023, the committee visited Molo Sub-County in Nakuru County, where it received submissions on the petition concerning historical injustices suffered by the Torobek community. Secondly, on 15th of April 2023, the committee visited Kericho County, where it received submissions on the petition concerning land injustices suffered by the Kipsigis community, and C. On 21st July 2023, the committee visited Kapsabet and Tindiret in Nandi County, where it received submissions on the petition regarding mistreatment, harassment, property laws, and human rights violation meted on the family of the late Hon Jean-Marie Sironei. Madam Speaker, the first-hand accounts by the petitioners and the other stakeholders were very insightful to the committee. It enabled it to gain a deep understanding of the perspective of the matters beyond what it would have been able to do by simply reviewing documents and also drafting or preparing reports on the basis of documents which have been reviewed on the table. Madam Speaker, the committee has concluded its consideration of and tabled reports of 2 of the said petitions. This is the petition by Mr. Paulo Mosbey concerning historical injustices suffered by the Torobek community, and has made certain recommendations, including the directive that, or rather the recommendation that this particular community must be granted a unique identifier for purposes of their recognition, and also getting them being granted an opportunity in the 26 counties where they are residents to be recognized as Kenyans, and also for them to attain the status of Kenyans who are entitled to services beyond what they have put before the committee. Secondly, the petition by Mr. Nayan Savla, Madam Speaker, the delay in launching the Victims' Rights Charter under the Victims Protection Act number 17 has also been tabled in this House, and among the recommendations which have been made is a timeline within which the Victims Protection Board is to be established, as well as the Rights Charter. Madam Speaker, in this case, the committee made recommendations that within a period of 3 months, the relevant government agencies reports back to this House to follow up on whether such recommendations have been complied with. Madam Speaker, the committee has also concluded the consideration of the petition regarding historical land injustices suffered by the Kipsigis community, and once the observations and recommendations of the committee are incorporated in the report, the same will be adopted and tabled before this House for adoption and further action, and this, Madam Speaker, will be tabled in the coming week. That will leave one petition pending before the committee, namely the petition regarding mistreatment, harassment, property laws, and human rights violation made on the family of the late Hon Jean-Marie Sironei. Following the committee visit to Nandi County last week, we have scheduled further meetings next week to seek clarifications and responses on some matters that arose. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the committee shall be in a position to adopt and table the committee report to this House in the subsequent week. Madam Speaker, under the stakeholder engagements, we report that when we last made the previous statement, that is, Madam Speaker, the statement I made on the 30th of March 2023, I informed the House that the committee was scheduled to hold its stakeholder engagements retreat on 3rd to 5th of April 2023 in Naivasha, Nakuru County. I wish to inform the House, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable members that the retreat did indeed take place, wherefore we met and held extensive deliberations with 17 key stakeholders who attended the retreat. The committee drew many lessons and action points from the retreat, which continue to inform the meetings that we have held, as well as the upcoming sessions. On county visits, Madam Speaker, over the past 3 months, the committee held visits to the counties of Nakuru, Kericho, and Nandi. During the consideration of the petitions which I have aforestated before the committee, and in this case, we have already submitted what became of those visits. The committee further held deliberations with the County Assembly, delegations on benchmarking visits to the Senate, including the County Assembly of Kakamega and the County Assembly of Kilifi. Madam Speaker, it's not worth to report to the House that these two particular county assemblies that had stakeholder engagements with the committee reported that they did not appreciate and understand the role of the Justice and Legal Affairs committees in their assemblies, and hence have never had a session. And it was an eye-opener for the committees to go back to their respective counties and seek to establish the committee so that they do perform the role that they're expected to do in supporting the processing of bills, participating in that which the committee is expected to do. And Madam Speaker, under the court matters affecting the Senate and the devolved system of government, the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights has a standing agenda every month where it receives status reports, deliberates on, and gives directions on cases pending in court relating to the Senate and the devolved system of government. Where appropriate, Madam Speaker, we have brought this to the attention of the Senate in the Kamukunjis, or both for information and to enable the Senate to adopt a common position. Madam Speaker, since this is a substantive matter on its own, I will separately issue a statement updating the House on the status of the key matters that are very relevant and important for this House to be informed, for serious and informed decisions to be made. On priorities for the next quarter, Madam Speaker, during the current quarter 3 of the second session, which is also the first quarter of the financial year 2023-2024, the committee will continue to expeditiously process the business referred to it for consideration, including legislative proposals, bills, statements, and petitions. Additionally, the committee intends to hold targeted high-level meetings on thematic areas falling within its mandate, including the policy and legislative framework on elections and electoral laws reforms. This is what I had earlier on alluded, that we had an engagement with the Independent and Boundaries Electoral Commission, as well as also receiving proposals on the areas which they have identified and earmarked. For instance, Madam Speaker, the issue on the upcoming boundary review, which as per the Constitution is supposed to be done within the next 12 months or so. Secondly, civic education and public participation, the promotion, protection, and enforcement of human rights, legal education and training, and alignment of laws to the devolved structure of government, which we intend to do in partnership with the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to thank your office for the support accorded to the committee in undertaking its work. I also wish to acknowledge the Secretariat support that the committee has received from the Office of the Clerk. Lastly, I wish to commend the members of the committee who have been very diligent in exercising their responsibility and the work of the committee. Madam Speaker, in particular, I wish to mention and commend the following senators who have been very consistent in attending the committee meetings, which are held at 8 a.m. every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Madam Speaker, this is Senator Fatuma Adan Dulo, CBS MP, Senator for Isiolo, Senator Hamida Ali Kibwana MP, nominated, Senator Catherine Muyeka Muma MP, nominated, Senator Veronica W. Maina MP, nominated, and Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti MP, Senator for Busia. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the team and commitment on their part for the work that they do. I, therefore, submit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator, for that report. Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make. In the public gallery, we have 105 students accompanied by 3 teachers from Al Suhain Girls High School, Kajiado County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a very fruitful visit, and I thank you. I would ask Honorable Senator Muma and Senator Tabitha to welcome them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you're not able to see them. They're looking so beautiful. Yes, you can. You can see them. I wish to welcome the students from Kajiado to this house. I wish to encourage you as girls that this is a house where women participate on an equal basis. Women form nearly 30% of the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to encourage our students from Kajiado. I know Kajiado is one of the counties that is still considered to be marginalized, but one of the fastest growing counties. So consider yourselves to be privileged and to know that you have a good senator, Senator Seki. You also have Senator Madam Tobiko, who are here taking good care of the issues of Kajiado County. And as you listen in, have your dreams as high as you can, and know that I know some of you will one day come and serve in this house. So we want to encourage you to aim high, to dream big, and to do your very best to get to where you want, including the Senate. Thank you. Karibuni sana.
Senator Tabitha.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to gladly welcome the princesses from Kajiado County. I actually am privileged to always sit with your senator, Senator Seki, but he just stepped out for a very urgent meeting. Your senator is very proud of you. We as senators, we are also very proud of you. I always say education is what your parents can give you, and nobody's gonna take away that from you. Always dream bigger. Focus, aspire, and enjoy your education, because this is a stage that you're in. Tomorrow you're not going to be there, you're going to be in another level. So each and every step that you do, ensure you put Allah first and continue focusing, continue dreaming big. You look very, very beautiful, and continue with the neatness that I see, because they say neatness and cleanliness is next to godliness. Keep shining, Kajiado County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Shakila, would you like to say a word to the students? Clerk, can you assist?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to join my 2 colleagues to welcome the Kajiado girls. My few advice to you is that discipline is 50% of success. Please, girls, stay disciplined. And once you're disciplined, then you have achieved 50% of your success. And the rest is your effort to your education and respect to your parents and your teachers. Please be disciplined, be respectful, and be hardworking for you to achieve your goals. Nothing comes in a silver plate. You have to work for everything. Everything has a price to pay, and it all depends on the foundation you build for your life. You build a good foundation, you have a good life. You build a bad foundation, it will be too bad. But I believe the way I see you're dressed and the way you look, you must be having good foundations and you will succeed. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
Next order, yes. Senator Chiradige.
Madam Speaker, sorry. Madam Speaker, I want to comment on the statement by your committee, the JLAC Standing Order 56. And of course, I wanted to comment just something. I want to thank Senator Sigei for I think yesterday the majority leader had raised serious issues that the tabling of statements by committee is not just tabling them. But I didn't hear, you remember, Madam Speaker, and maybe whether you ruled or I was not there, the President had written a letter to yourself and the National Assembly Speaker about creation of official opposition party office. Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear JLAC saying something about that because I thought that was a very critical and important issue that we should be dispensing of. This comes, Madam Speaker, at the outside that there are many issues that are being raised, Madam Speaker, considering constitutional matters and the place of opposition in this country. Because we want to move opposition from streets to come and do their job on the Senate. Madam Speaker, the second observation and final is on the issue of review of election laws. Madam Speaker, you are aware the selection panel of IEBC is ongoing. I saw your committee, you met the IEBC, and you and the chair were prominently there. Madam Speaker, I didn't hear the update on the review and ensuring that the election laws, Madam Speaker, can be ruled. I'm happy he noted that by Senator Wakoli on the payment of service providers. But Madam Speaker, I would have wished the committee to go further because I still have some Matatu owners, other people who ferried election materials who are paid. I wish they would have tabled the committee to tell us the pending bill by IEBC is how much and is still including legal fees. Because as we talk, Senior Counsel Senator Okongo Mgeni Commissioner, and I'm happy he's around today, Madam Speaker, there are still challenges of pending bills, either legal fees, and many Kenyans who use Matatu to travel on the pending bill, number one. Number two, Madam Speaker, is on the aspect of the future of election laws, Madam Speaker. And number three, on the selection panel of IEBC, what is the fate? Because this glamour that we are seeing, the exchange of ideas and the differences, Madam Speaker, is on the ongoing selection panel of IEBC, Madam Speaker. So I think the Chair, Jailer, can note that concerns, and maybe in the next quarter can include such aspects. Madam Speaker, I want to also join and welcome the beautiful girls and wish them well as they go back. And kindly, you have noted the senators who have welcomed you. Take a picture with them, and then they ensure you get mkate as you go back home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chiradige. Next order, clerk. We were on statements, so Chairperson on Labor, Senator Murgo, please present the statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare statement by the chairperson under the Standing Order 56-1A. Madam Speaker, Standing Order 56-1A provides that a chairperson of a committee may make a statement relating to a matter of which the committee is responsible. I wish to make statement on the status of legislative business that is currently under consideration by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Madam Speaker, the committee has considered and tabled reports on two bills, namely the Persons with Disability Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, and the Heritage and Museum Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 8 of 2023. The committee has also done pre-publication scrutiny on the following two proposals and approved their publication into bills, namely the Draft Labor Migration Management Bill 2023 and the National Employment Authority Amendment Bill 2023. The committee has also a report on the petition regarding Linda Soccer tapping into 302 billion company. The committee is considering 5 petitions. On the petition concerning illegal fraud by the First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency Limited, the committee has been able to engage all and the shareholders involved. On the petition concerning unfair terms and conditions of universal health care coverage, staff and delay in the internship posting, the committee met the chairperson of Labor, COG, today and will be meeting the CS Health on Thursday, 3rd August 2023. The petition concerning the unlawful deductions of salaries by Kewata, the committee met the petitioners and all the shareholders on 18 July 2023. The committee is scheduled to meet the shareholders on 1st August 2023 on petition by the County Football Association concerning the mismanagement of football in the country by the Football Kenya Federation. The committee will be briefed on the petition concerning discrimination against other health workers in the Ministry of Health on Thursday, 3rd August 2023, after which it will meet with the petitioners on 8th August. Madam Speaker, the committee has so far received a total of 45 statements and has concluded on the following listed 15 statements, which it has received responses from the various agencies and shared all the relevant with the relevant senators, and the statements are as listed below. Honorable Madam Speaker, the statement sought by Senator Enoch Wambua concerning the plight of Kenyan immigrant workers in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other countries in the Middle East, the committee held a meeting with the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to appraise itself on the implementation status. The committee has written to the National Treasury and Economic Planning seeking for progress report on statement sought by Senator Wambua, MP, and status of payment of the one-off honorarium to former councillors. Madam Speaker, the committee has not received responses on the following statements from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports, and Arts, despite writing to them several times. Statements sought by Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, and recognition of exemplary performance by Kenyan athletes. Statement by Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, on management of athletes in the country following poor performance at the 2021 Tokyo Olympics and statement by Senator James Murango, MP, to launch a bottom-up football tournament in all 47 counties. The committee resolved to schedule a date and invite the Cabinet Secretary to respond to all the pending statements. Similarly, the committee also resolved to schedule a date and invite the Cabinet Secretary of Education to respond to the statement raised by Senator Wakili Sige, MP, on statement concerning discrimination of locals in the recent employment at Bomet University. The ministry has not responded despite being issued with reminder letters. Madam Speaker, the committee is awaiting responses for 26 statements listed below and will report them accordingly. The statements are as listed below. Madam Speaker, most labor and social welfare issues are matters of ongoing concern, and the committee is committed to follow up and monitor the progress of implementation of various programs under its mandate. Thank you very much, and I table.
Senator Gloria Oroba, you have a statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 58 to make a personal statement on my participation in the United Nations 53rd Human Rights Council session on menstrual health and gender discrimination. Madam Speaker, this is a personal statement, and if you can allow me, I think I have 15 minutes. Early in the month of May 14th, Madam Speaker, I was invited to participate in the United Nations 53rd Human Rights Council session in Geneva. And this was based on all the work that I have been doing in terms of the period poverty campaign. Madam Speaker, as our protocol is in Parliament, I submitted my documentation, my passports. I wrote a letter asking for facilitation of the same in Parliament. I was informed that it was impossible to be facilitated due to certain reasons, and therefore I went back to the people who invited me, and I told them that Parliament at this moment cannot facilitate certain logistical issues. And so therefore they agreed to pay for the trip and to facilitate everything, because they really wanted me as a panelist in this particular event, Madam Speaker. So I submitted my passport, Madam Speaker, and after 3.5, actually that was May, so the conference was July. It was on 6th July, as we were almost on the day of the conference and I was preparing for travel. I was following up on my visa with the relevant offices, and I was being informed that this issue is being handled at the embassy and everything is ongoing. And so therefore, because I have the confidence in the systems that are put in place, I actually was patient. On the day before I traveled, I was still following up on my visa issues, but I was informed, Madam Speaker, that the visa had not been given. Madam Speaker, it was very unfortunate later to find out, actually, on the night before I traveled, that my passport had actually not been submitted to the embassy. This is on record from both parties, and it got me thinking. When, on following up with the relevant offices, I found out that my passport was not submitted, no application was made, and actually, as it stood at that point, I was unable to travel to carry out my legislative agenda and advocacy agenda. Madam Speaker, this made me start reflecting on so many incidences that have been happening to me in Parliament. because sometimes, you know, as a new legislator, we sometimes fault that maybe you don't understand how it is. So I have been letting go of a lot of challenges and crediting the fact that I'm a new legislator and perhaps I don't understand how things work. But Madam Speaker, after this particular event, I actually had a self-reflecting moment. And I took account of all the incidences where I have faced serious challenges in terms of my work as a legislator and a representative of the people. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, I have 5 bills, one of them being the Konza bill. I experienced serious challenges with relevant departments or in the processes of the bill, with certain issues just in the processes of pushing the bill so that it can come to fruition. Madam Speaker, I started reflecting on that and what it meant in terms of, is it an issue of me not understanding how things work, or is there actual clear deliberations of subverting my legislative agenda and other things? Madam Speaker, also recently, and this is in the public domain, there was issues on my office. Madam Speaker, I had been allocated an office without my consent, and the same premises was being run. Madam Speaker, I followed the proper channels to report the incidents. I followed all the advice that had been given, Madam Speaker, but it took serious interventions for something to be done, because the issue is that I was being impersonated, and my office, or rather there was someone running an office and impersonating me, claiming that that is my office.
Honorable Senator, I don't want to interject while you are doing the personal statement.
Yes.
But they sound like the nature of that personal statement is on administrative matters.
No, it's not, Madam Speaker. The nature of this personal statement is on the challenges that I am experiencing as a legislator, and I have been guided, Madam Speaker, to steer clear of mentioning names, to steer clear of, but just to give my challenges and explain the story, which is what I'm doing. And actually, under Standing Order 58, it is permitted. Madam Speaker.
I was only inquiring so that you could see whether, have you ventilated in
Madam Speaker, I have
platforms?
I have followed all processes in expressing my challenges or dissatisfaction of each and every matter that I mention here, to the extent that I have actually decided to now come under Standing Order 58 to give a personal statement. Madam Speaker, on the issue of impersonation of my office, I have taken the proper steps. I have reported it to the police. It is now a matter under investigation, Madam Speaker. And I actually went through certain offices to get the intervention of even bringing down the board that had my name. That was even an issue. After I had said, this is not my office, I had written an official letter saying this is not my office, it still appeared to be a challenge for the relevant offices to actually take action and bring down the board that had my name on it and actually take charge of that situation, Madam Speaker. That is why I went to the police station. Madam Speaker, I also want to just speak of two other incidents very quickly. One incident, aside from the passport, the relevant office not submitting my passport and, you know, helping me facilitate the trip where I had been called as a legislator, aside from the issue on the bills, and aside from the issue on the impersonation of my office, Madam Speaker, I have had several statements on the floor of the House where I am playing oversight, which is the role that I have as a legislator. And even once that particular committee has actually come and said that they have dealt with it, and which it was established that that was false information, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to give account of certain things that are happening with my legislative agenda and my work here. And Madam Speaker, I've come to the conclusion and that the challenges that I'm facing, they are not unique, Madam Speaker. The challenge, Madam Speaker, I ask because of your interjection, if you can add me 3 minutes, I can see the light has gone on. The challenges that I'm facing, Madam Speaker, after doing my personal research, I have found out that there are serious emissaries, agents, who are actually against this House, Madam Speaker, who are actually when they observe that there is a certain legislator who is actually pushing for certain things, that they make sure that they divert the cause. Madam Speaker, I have suffered because of representing women. In various instances you have seen in the floor of the House, even if you look and check through the Hansard, you will see that during the impeachment case of Governor Kawira, certain issues that are raised, I have suffered, I have been punished because of defending the girl child and the woman. And as we speak right now, Madam Speaker, I have been blacklisted, and this is a fact, from any trips to represent this Senate or this country, Madam Speaker. And without pouring in emotion, Madam Speaker, and because I know I'm guided under this Standing Order 58, not to mention names, there are certain things that are so obvious that certain offices here in the Senate are actually directly targeting me as a legislator and ensuring that I'm unable to prosecute my work as a legislator in the Senate of Kenya, Madam Speaker. So on my personal statement, I just want to say this. All these issues that I am bringing here, some of them might not be unique to me. I know other legislators who might not have the courage, per se, to come and give personal statements and personal accounts that are dealing directly with individuals or offices who are actually operating as cartels in Senate. But Madam Speaker, I want to say that it is a serious issue, and I hope, and I don't know what Standing Order 58 says, but this is really my last attempt at getting the justice and being allowed to persecute my duties as a legislator, because there is an office in this Senate that has targeted me as a legislator, as Senator Gloria Oroba, and the office holder is aware, and
Senator Oroba, I believe the statement is now in Hansard, the personal statement, and will be acted upon by the relevant offices in the Senate, the Speaker's office and the Clerk's office. I see there is one request on that, but under the Standing Order 50, I believe it's 58, it cannot be debated. So I will call upon the next order, Senator Majority Leader, to come and give his statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1 to hereby present the business of the Senate for the week that commences Tuesday, the 1st of August, 2023. Madam Speaker, the legislative business before the Senate includes a total of 22 Senate bills and 2 National Assembly bills. Out of these bills, 17 are at the second reading stage, while 7 are at the committee of the whole stage. A further 3 Senate bills are pending conclusion in the National Assembly. As indicated in today's order paper, 6 bills are scheduled for division at the second reading and at the committee of the whole stage. They are listed at orders number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. I take this opportunity to urge all senators to remain in the chamber for the divisions to be undertaken. A cry that's coming, albeit too late, Madam Speaker, when many of the senators have actually either stepped out or are in the lounge, but I'll mention it nonetheless. I would like to inform, Madam Speaker, the Senate that the leadership is engaging with the National Assembly leadership on the critical matter of concurrence on bills, as there are a number of outstanding issues to be resolved. Once a consensus is reached, the process of concurrence will be streamlined. It is also envisaged that discussions will give rise to fast-tracking of Senate bills pending the National Assembly ones. 23 motions are pending conclusion before the Senate and accordingly scheduled by the SBC in the program of the Senate business for each week. I urge the respective movers of the motions to be available for the Senate when the motions are listed in the order paper. 3, the Senate has so far received 31 petitions. Of these, only 3 have been reported upon by the respective standing committees. Of the 28 petitions that are pending conclusion, 16 are due for reporting pursuant to Standing Order number 238-2. That is simply to say that they are already out of time, Madam Speaker, and those committees need to have reported on those on that business, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to commend the Senate Standing Committee on Labor and Social Affairs, Labor and Social Welfare, Standing Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights for considering and submitting reports on the 3 petitions referenced above. I see Senator Sigei, the chairperson of Justice and Legal Affairs in the House. Senator Recha Murgur was in just a few minutes ago, and I celebrate their dedication, Madam Speaker, and diligence in concluding together with the committees that they lead and the members of their committees. The committees that are yet to report on the petitions and are due: Agriculture, Senator Murango and your team, 1. Standing Committee on Devolution, Senator Abbas with your colleagues, you have 2 pending petitions that are due, already out of time. 3, Senate Standing Committee on Education, Senator Joe Nyutu with members of the Education Committee. You have 2 petitions that are due for reporting. I see Senator Captain Robert Ali in the House, and I'll be glad to inform him that your committee has 1 petition that is due for reporting. It's already out of time, so please do that which is required. Though we have commended you, Senator Sigei, you have 2 petitions that are due for reporting before the House. We hope that you can conclude on them because you're already out of time. The same can be said of Senator Recha Murgor and members of the Labor and Social Welfare Committee. Then Senator Methu with members of the Land, Environment and Natural Resources Committee. They have 2 petitions that are before them that are already time-bound. Last but not least, and I don't think I saw him today, Senator Karungo Thangwa and all the members of Transport, Roads and Housing Committee. They have 4 petitions, Madam Speaker, that are already out of time and they need to report. I hope the senators that I have listed and the members of those committees do expedite on reporting of these petitions so that Kenyans can continue to believe on the power and the place of the Senate in resolving many of these issues, Madam Speaker. And like I said earlier, I think while speaking to one of the petitions that was presented to this House, petitions are increasingly becoming popular as a way of seeking resolutions of matters of public interest. And people are filing many petitions with this House, Madam Speaker, and I hope that our committees can work diligently to ensure that we do not disappoint Kenyans or dash their hopes as they look up to us for resolution of matters. On matters of statements, there are 142 statements that are pending conclusion by the standing committees. I urge these committees to expeditiously consider the statements before them and to table the reports pursuant to the various standing orders. Madam Speaker, at the meeting of the SBC held on Tuesday, the 26th of July, 2023, the committee approved the next set of questions to appear in the order paper for Wednesday, 2nd of August, the morning sitting, for various cabinet secretaries to come and respond to. And I have seen subsequently further questions that have been filed by various members. There's a question by Senator Murango to the CS for Water, and another one question to the CS for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, a question by Senator Murango to the CS for Gender and Affirmative Action, and lastly, a question to the CS for Water. So these 3 CSs are expected to appear before the House, Madam Speaker. At the morning sitting of the Senate, scheduled on the 19th July 2023, the Cabinet Secretary for Education was scheduled to respond to 8 questions from a number of senators. However, as you may recall, members and Speaker, due to quorum hitches, the Senate sitting was actually adjourned prematurely. The CS submitted written responses to the question. I take this opportunity to express concern at the lack of quorum at the commencement of sittings at the House and urge the party whips to ensure that the quorum is achieved for business to be transacted. I must acknowledge the challenge we have for non-appearance of a number of cabinet secretaries. I pointed out yesterday that the House was terribly disappointed by the 2 CSs, the Cabinet Secretary for Health and the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, for their late request for permission not to appear before the Senate. And we commended the CS for Labor, Florence Bore, who filed in proper time her inability to appear before the House. That shows, and we didn't have a problem with her, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry. That confirms that as a House, we are not malicious. We're just saying, be diligent. File your response to this House. Take the work of this House seriously. And Madam Speaker, I hope that the Secretariat organized a letter actually to them in equal wording to the fury that was expressed by colleague senators here. Madam Speaker, the SBC, on the other hand, will deliberate on this matter in the next meeting and determine a way forward with these cabinet secretaries. Finally, on the 7th of July 2023, the Senate received the proposed county government's equitable share disbursement schedule from the National Treasury for the financial year 2023-2024. This document was referred to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration. We are expecting the Senate the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to shortly table its report on the matter, after which the Senate will, by way of motion, debate and make determination on the report to the Standing Committee pursuant to Standing Order number 189-3. Madam Speaker, that's a very important exercise. Madam Speaker, I will also mention that today the President announced to the entire country, and I wish my good friend Eddie to hear this, because when we told them the reason why we were proposing 385 is because we felt that there was need to be truthful and sincere to ourselves so that we move from how things have been done in the past, where you set an astronomical figure which you are not able to prudently manage. And for the very first time since devolution happened in this country, county governments have received their equitable share that is due for the month of July today. That has never happened. Senator Ali Roba, who's been a governor for 10 years, knows that for a fact. Many times county governments have to wait up to September. But to show our commitment to devolution, Madam Speaker, and that we want our counties to be better managed, by this afternoon, all our county governments, the 47 of them, have received their equitable share for the month of July, Madam Speaker. We've been in this House long enough, and that has never happened. That is how to prudently show commitment to devolution, Madam Speaker. I wish that the county governors will be prudent as well in the management of those resources. I am happy that we have just crossed and concluded on the first financial year, Madam Speaker. And in the next few days, we are waiting the audit reports of all our 47 county governments for this the just concluded financial year. You know, many times when governors appear before us, Madam Speaker, they tell us, oh, you know, these are things that were done by the previous administration. There is no more room for excuses. We will be able, Senator Eddie, you will be able to ask our good friend Senator Ochilo Ayako to give account of the resources that you devolved to Migori County in the last one financial year, and take a good time to study through his use of resources, whether it has been prudent, how much of that money went to development, how much went to recurrent, did it benefit the people that you represent in this House. That audit report will be in this House by next month, Madam Speaker, or early September at the very least, and I hope members can take time to read and put governors to task so that devolution can succeed in this country. With those very many remarks, I support and lay the statement on the table of the Senate. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader, for that statement, well stated. We will now proceed on to the next order, and I want to reorganize the order paper under Order 45, and I will request the clerk to call out Order 15. I did not see any senators interested in reacting to the statements. That's why we are moving to Order number 15.
Order number 15, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023, second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023, which is Senate Bill number 14 of 2023,
was published on the 12th of April 2023 and read first time in the Senate in the sitting held on Thursday, 14th of May 2023. Thereafter, pursuant to Standing Order number 145 of the Senate Standing Orders, the bill was committed to the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget for consideration. Madam Speaker, the bill proposes to establish administrative structures for the management of Equalization Fund to ensure effective and efficient implementation of the fund and utilization of the fund. Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund is established under Article 204 of the Constitution, and it provides that the fund may be used to provide basic services.
Senator, have you moved the motion? Yet? Not yet. Better proceed and move the motion.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I beg to move that Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 23, Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023, which is Senate Bill number 4 of 2023, be now moved for, read for a second time. Madam Speaker,
proceed.
The Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023, was published 12th of April 2023 and read for the first time in the Senate at its sitting held on the 4th of May 2023. Thereafter, pursuant to Standing Order number 145 of the Senate Standing Orders, the bill was committed to Standing Committee of Finance and Budget for consideration. The bill proposes to establish administrative structures for efficient management of the fund, as well as efficient utilization of the fund. Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund was established under Article 204 of the Constitution of Kenya, and it provides for improvement of basic services like water, roads, electricity, and health services to counties that were considered as marginalized counties. And Madam Speaker, I've had quite a bit of discussion in the House here where marginalization was equated to poverty, and poverty equated to marginalization. It's worthwhile to create an understanding that marginalization is not equal to poverty, neither is poverty equal to marginalization, that marginalization is a state of underdevelopment and poverty arising from deliberate resource denial by successive governments, starting from colonial administration to date. And the drafters of the Constitution envisaged Equalization Fund to be able to address this, to bring these areas that are gravely underdeveloped to a level, to enjoy a level of services that is enjoyed by the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, initially, to operationalize Equalization Fund in 2015, the National Treasury had developed guidelines for management and administration of Equalization Fund. It is worth noting that the High Court, in the case petition number 272 of 2016, declared these guidelines on administration of Equalization Fund unconstitutional and hence null and void. This was on the basis that the 2015 guidelines negated the responsibility of the county government to have a role in management of the Equalization Fund. Madam Speaker, thereafter, this House in 2021 passed a new Equalization Fund Administration Regulation 2021 in this House, and the current bill seeks to give effect to those regulations in order to make sure that the administration of the Equalization Fund is anchored in substantive law. Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023 mirrors the existing PFM Equalization Fund Administration Regulation 2021 and seeks to ensure administration of the fund is anchored in an Act of Parliament rather than PFM regulation. The bill proposes establishment of Equalization Fund Advisory Board comprising of the chairperson to be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, Principal Secretary, Secretaries for Finance and Devolution, representative of pastoralist communities nominated by the National Assembly, representative of pastoralist communities nominated by the Senate, one person nominated by the Council of Governors drawn from marginalized areas, the control of budget, a representative of Commission of Revenue Allocation, and CEO who is going to be secretary to the board. Madam Speaker, the bill proposes that each county shall establish a county technical committee which shall be responsible for approving all projects financed by this fund. Further, the bill creates another structure under that, which is Sub-County Technical Committee, that is tasked with identification of projects within each sub-county. The Project Identification and Implementation Committee will identify and prioritize projects and beneficiaries of those projects in line with marginalized areas priorities as identified by the second policy, and now hoping to get a third policy in place. Madam Speaker, the bill obligates the board to, inter alia, appraise and evaluate projects proposed under the work plans as proposed through the committee structure, makes recommendation on priority areas requiring financing and implementation in accordance with the work plan, oversee in consultation with the county government the implementation of the projects to ensure compliance with the Constitution, monitor and evaluate projects implemented by the beneficiary county government. Madam Speaker, taking into consideration the delays that have taken place of implementation of Equalization Fund and the challenges that the fund suffered in these formative years up to now, where only 7 years are left from the sunset clause lapsing, which was 20 years initially. The bill proposes to extend the sunset clause by a further 10 years in order to make sure that the funds that are released amounting to 54 billion shillings are able to be released in time based on government performance in order to make sure that these marginalized counties do not suffer disadvantage. Madam Speaker, during consideration of the bill, the committee invited members of the public to submit their views on the bill. Further, the committee held consultative meeting with critical stakeholders such as the National Treasury, the Council of Governors, the Commission of Revenue Allocation, the National Gender Inequality Commission, among many. Madam Speaker, having considered the bill and submissions from the stakeholders, the committee made several observations, including, given that the project implementation will take place in the marginalized areas identified to be within the counties, the representation of the county government on Equalization Fund Advisory Board and technical committees was inadequate compared with national government representation. As such, the committee, from the public participation that we've presided over, recommends that the membership to the board by the Council of Governors be increased by a further 1 board member. Further, the committee noted the county commissioners shall constitute the county technical committee in line with the previous regulation. And now, in this bill, it recommends that co-chairing be done and the appointment of this technical committee be done by the advisory board at the national level. The Commission on Revenue Allocation should provide clear description of the term marginalized areas and this misunderstanding where poverty is equated to marginalization and marginalization equated to poverty, where urban poor and pockets of poverty has been identified as marginalized areas need to be corrected so that the clear term of what marginalization entails which is resulting from a state of deliberate resource denial by successive governments, starting from the government, the colonial government, followed by all other governments before the advent of devolution, that necessitated, that created a situation of grave underdevelopment in selected counties. That is what the Constitution termed as marginalized areas initially. However, this has been subjected to quite a bit of definition from many areas, participants, to a level that now that has been diluted so much that equalization is presupposed to mean poverty, and the arguments has followed that line. Madam Speaker, to ensure efficient utilization and seamless implementation of the fund, the equalization fund should only be utilized indirectly as conditional grant to counties as per the ruling of the court in line with the case as I've just mentioned. Madam Speaker, the representative of the Office of the Control of Budget in the board was found unnecessary, since the main role of the office is mainly oversight of the implementation of the fund. Therefore, the committee recommends, having considered all these inputs, the bill to be approved by the Senate as amended and recommended by the committee. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request Senator Tabitha to second. Thank you very much.
Senator Tabitha, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to do second the Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023 and state that this is a very important bill to this House because we've been having, yes, the Equalization Fund. And it's one thing to have the fund, and it's another to have structures for administration of the fund. As we know, Madam Speaker, the key and the focused mandate of the Equalization Fund was on the 4 areas that have been mentioned, that is roads, water, electricity, and on the health areas. When I tabled the Equalization Fund bill last time, Madam Speaker, funds have already been rolled on the ground in the over 1,400 marginalized areas in the different 34 counties. And Madam Speaker, with this bill, it's going to give an opportunity for the different counties that are receiving the Equalization Fund to be able to have better structures. One of the key things that is coming out is what we call the technical committees, ranging from the county technical committees, the sub-county technical committee, and Madam Speaker, also the project identification and implementation committee. It's very important whereby these committees will play a very key role and are going to be able to ensure that projects are not duplicated. Projects are also completed. We have situations whereby some projects are still halfway, some projects are maybe not commenced, some projects are pending. Some projects, Madam Speaker, have also been completed but have not also been handed over because of maybe challenges of a few issues here and there. And with these committees being in place, with this bill putting the management, the strategy of ensuring that these 4 areas are going to be achieved, then these committees will really play a key role. Looking at the other members that are going also to be nominated to be able to sit as members of the board, ranging from the chairperson who's going to come from the National Treasury, from the Office of the PS of Finance and Devolution. This brings synergy, especially from the PS Finance and Devolution, because this touches directly on the 4 devolved functions that the fund really much takes care of. You realize also the bill, Madam Speaker, has also given a representation of the pastoralist communities. And this is a very key and a very important area, Madam Speaker, because this over 1,400 marginalized areas are within the rural areas extremely. And people are going to have an opportunity to be able to identify their own key needful projects that are going to be of much more need to the people in those particular areas. So with an opportunity of the pastoral communities being part of this representation, it's a very big plus, as the chair has also stated, Madam Speaker, a representative in Senate, from the Council of Governors, from the CRA. I mean, all this combination, then these projects can be implemented, can be fast identified and still implemented, and are going also to ensure that they give the services that are required to the people. And the bill also has talked about the duration. It's capped it at 10 years. And it has room also, I think, Madam Speaker, for, depending on the happenings, room for maybe extension, depending. But at the moment, with these 10 years, we should be able to see much change. Remember, Madam Speaker, that these committees being in place, it's also a creation of the job opportunities for our people at the marginalized areas, because they are going to play a very key role, and they are going to definitely earn allowances during their sittings, during their roles. And it's going to open also more opportunities, because when these infrastructures are in place, case example like the health facilities, we are talking then of also more job opportunities in these particular institutions. When facilities, Madam Speaker, like water are also put in this place, then we achieve mostly areas like the agricultural areas in terms of food security, because, you know, with the adequate amounts of water, there's a lot that can be done. So, Madam Speaker, the administration bill is a very key bill at this particular time. We are happy as the 13th Senate to be able to table it, execute it, and we are sure that it's going to actually reduce the number of years, because with these committees in place, then all these pending projects that are in place are going to be achieved. With those many few remarks, I do support and do second my chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023, be now read a second time. Senator Bonnie Halwale, we can now debate the...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I make the declaration that I'm a member of this committee, and therefore I'm fully behind the moving statement by the chair of our committee, as seconded by the vice chair. Madam Speaker, there's nothing I didn't say in the committee that I could say here. But I want to go on record that if it was not because of the sub judice principle, which makes it impossible for me to debate a matter in this House which is before the courts, I wanted to use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, this afternoon to crush Senator Mutata, the Senator of Busia. Because, Madam Speaker, since the year 2013, when I first spoke in this Senate, to date, up to the end of 2021 parliamentary period, Senator Mutata was not in this House. He was all that time, Mr. Speaker, and because I'm not speaking to him in a derogatory manner, I don't have to move a motion. I'm just acknowledging his good work. He was doing his good work as he did outside Parliament. And he waited until he came here. Then he has brought a lot of confusion, Mr. Speaker, creating a matter to become sub judice to the extent that government cannot collect taxes. a matter which is clearly taken care of in Article 114. When the judges will read his things and his complaints and then they apply Article 114, that little case will collapse. It is not an issue. But he's holding the whole country and making members of the public who are not suspecting to go to the streets thinking that there's a bill before courts that will help them to get what they want. But because of sub judice, I'll not go there. Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker, I do sit with, first of all, I rise under standing order number 105, right together with standing order number 101. And I do sit in the same committee with my brother, Senator Boni Halwale, AKA the bullfighter. And I don't know why his bullfighting tendency are being brought here, Madam Speaker, because the way he has even opened his contribution on this matter, Madam Speaker, is basically accusing and seeking to discuss the character and the motivation of a member of this House, Madam Speaker, without a substantive motion, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact that what is raising about Senator Kia Mtata is not relevant to this particular bill. Madam Speaker, this bill is on ensuring that there are effective administrative structures to ensure, I'm part of what Madam Speaker, can you help my brother, Senator Cherargei, to learn the orders of this House? I'm in point of order. Just relax, you have your time. There's a lot of time. Madam Speaker, protect me, please. Can I be heard in silence?
Senator Cherargei, allow him to prosecute.
So it's my brother, Senator Boni, in order to prosecute a colleague senator, a man who stands on high stature on this nation, because we are a house. No, I'm just still trying to. What's wrong with Cherargei today?
Let him finish. Finish, Senator.
A man who stands on the highest regard of almost all Kenyans of this nation, who have given even the priority of being in this House. Madam Speaker, is the senator in order?
Senator Boni Halwale, you began very well by cautioning yourself about the sub judice rule, but you veered off. I want to read out for you Standing Order 101(4). No senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator except upon a specific substantive motion. So for that, I will guide you to keep to the debate on the bill that is before the House and contribute your views and your opinions on that bill.
Madam Speaker, I stand guided. So that I help the young senator. Somehow, Madam Speaker, they get irritated when you tell them that they are new. What you are trying to do, Madam Speaker, you could still do it during your debate and then counter me. You don't have to come up on a point of order. You just take notes, and when it will be your time to speak, you count on me and shoot me down, and shoot my ideas down. But as far as the guidance from the chair is concerned, I agree. I find it very wrong for me to veer into the persona of another senator. And if Hansard is showing, may I withdraw and apologize. Madam Speaker, having said that, it leaves me with only 2 points. I'm supporting this bill because the bill wants to ensure that the administration of that fund is not abused. It should be done within the framework of law. But then, Madam Speaker, as I do so, I'm worried because in the memorandum of objects and reasons, we are told that these are services to be rendered in marginalized areas. Marginalized areas. Under the Constitution of Kenya, marginalized areas are identified by this Constitution. But in this bill, and there's nothing the chairman can do, in this bill, the fund is being administered to areas with the perceived highest levels of poverty. And the intention was for marginalized areas. So, the criteria for which we cannot blame ourselves, which was allowed by our predecessors, they are veered from marginalized areas and admitted a criteria that then expands the number of counties that are beneficiaries purely because pockets of poverty have been found in those areas. A hardworking Kenyan who is a stickler to the law can go to court and actually find that this bill is unconstitutional because it is attempting to administer money to areas of highest poverty instead of money going to marginalized areas. But that is for a debate for another day when CRA will bring the current formula that they are working on. I support it nevertheless, but now I'm on record. The second point is that we are extending the pendency of the period for affirmative action because we have not used the money in the beginning. This we must support. I suspect that even after we have extended the period we have given, at the end of it, there might still be need for us to extend it even more. Why, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker? It's because I feel bitter that children in the so-called, the former frontier districts, children drink dirty water. The same water where camels pee, where wildlife pee, the same water where their livestock pee. Our children, the children of Kenya, purely because of being in marginalized areas, are forced to use that kind of unhygienic water. I am against it, and therefore, my dream is that this House will one day humble itself and allow all equalization funds to concentrate only in those 14 counties that we had identified in the year 2013. Madam Speaker, let me ask you, and I'm not challenging you, I'm just provoking your mind as a mother, a good mother. Can you imagine a county, I know that county, I know you know where it is, a county called Murang'a, with its geographical, climatic advantage relative to a county called Marsabit. Now Murang'a is competing with Marsabit, with the Turkana, in sharing for this little fund. This is why I say let us rise above these things and let just the money go and pull those Kenyans. I came from Britain the other day, and a thought struck me, Mr. Chairman. When I was landing in the morning, I looked at London, and I said, my, what do they see when they are landing here? It's going to take us probably 200 years to remove our manyatas, to remove our slums. So if there is something we can do affirmative so that that correction can be done, let us do it. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I support very strongly that this money be administered well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have a communication to make. In the public gallery, honorable senators, we have 100 students accompanied by 8 teachers from Cardinal Otunga High School, Mosocho, Kisii County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. I will now invite Senator Omugeni from a neighboring county to welcome, and Senator Essie Okenyuri.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to welcome students from, you should mention the prestigious Cardinal Otunga High School in Kisii County. And on behalf of my neighbor, Senator Onyonka, who is not here, I extend a warm welcome to students from Cardinal Otunga High School. Madam Speaker, that's one of the schools we are most proud of as a region. Most leaders from Gusii, including those from our neighboring counties, even the current MP for Kilgoris, went to Cardinal Otunga. So it's a school that has molded many, many leaders, not just from Gusii region, but from the country. So I'm happy that these future leaders are here to come and see what we do as their leaders. And I want to encourage them. Some of us, Senator Galwale, the schools we attended, we never got the benefit or the opportunity to visit the National Assembly of the Republic. But you are so privileged that you can get a chance of being brought here by your teachers to come and see how the proceedings of the Senate are. I'm going to convince Senator Halwale, who is a name you have heard many times, and Senator Cheragei, to come out there and shake the hands of these young boys and encourage them to be the future leaders. And Madam Speaker, these are schools that when it used to have Father Anthony, used to produce serious athletes. Serious athletes used to come from Cardinal Otunga. I remember when we used to meet them in sports event, we used to fear Cardinal Otunga the way they used to run 4 by 100 meters. So it's a school that has also made great contribution in the field of sports. Madam Speaker, we are proud to have you, our future leaders. We want you to go back encouraged, inspired, and I hope from this team, one time in the future, when Senator Onyonka has retired, we will have a senator from this team. Thank you for coming, and have a safe trip back to Gusii. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm standing as understanding order number 105. Is the Senator of to conclude his appreciation of these great children from Cardinal Otunga without giving due to the greatest leader from this family who used to sit on this, George Moseti Onyona. Is it a case that you are against George Anyona to appreciate Richard Onyonga at his expense? Is he in order, Madam Speaker? Anyona. George was like nobody else in the history of this country, in his way.
Senator Omugeni, you've been called to order.
Yeah, this is one of those points of order that I fully agree with the Senator Halwale, that I'm completely out of order not to have recognized the late George Moseti Anyona, a great leader, Madam Speaker, who again hails from my county of Nyamira, former MP for Kitutu, a man that all of us, sons and daughters of Nyamira, are very proud of. Madam Speaker, I want to go on record that if there is a man who is a pace setter for the students who went to Cardinal in those days, it is George Moseti Anyona. But you know, as is tradition, you remember the school that you exit last. You know, from Cardinal Otunga, if you know the history of George Moseti Anyona, he proceeded to Alliance High School for his Form 5 and Form 6. So most students from Gusii land remember George Anyona as an ex-Alliance more than Cardinal, but you are completely right that he did his Form 1 to Form 4 in Cardinal Otunga High School, so he's an alumni of Cardinal Otunga. I was only mentioning Senator Onyonka as a current senator of Kisii, but I'm not in any way trying to downplay the role that the late George Moseti Anyona played in ensuring that this country is democratic. I accept that point of order from my friend, Honorable Boni Alwale. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Omugen, you have made history in the House for obliging to a standing order and complying with it. It is important to honor the fallen heroes who have gone before us and who are distinguished leaders in the nation of Kenya. Senator Essie Okenyori.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also granting me this opportunity to recognize the presence of Cardinal Otunga boys here and their teachers under the stewardship of one strong man, the Chief Principal, Albert Ombiro, who hails from my home constituency, Bomachoge Borabu. Madam Speaker, this school is actually the border of the Luo and the Kisiis at a place called Mosocho, at the home of former Cabinet Secretary Zachary Onyonka, the father to the Kisii County elected Senator Richard Onyonka, who's not here. But I welcome these rugby powerhouses and academic giants. For your information, they were top best nationally in the 2022 KCSE examinations. And maybe in my days then, Cardinal Otunga would equate it to my days then, the Kenya High School, because I went to the Kenya High School. So I would want to welcome the boys to this house. We have an intergenerational shift. As you see, we also have young legislators here like myself who are learning from seasoned politicals like Senator for Kakamega 1, Boni Halwale. My advice would be, please put a lot of emphasis in your academics, obey your parents. Your future lies on you. You're actually very privileged to be in such a school. There are people who do not have that privilege. So opportunity comes once, make use of it. You do not have to be a senator like myself, but you can be a doctor, you can be a pilot, and so many other things. Madam Speaker, this is the same school a former member of parliament, one Simon Ogari, also went to. He was representing Bomachoge Church constituency. So it's a home of giants, and I'm proud to have you this afternoon. And to the teachers, this government is working very hard to ensure you're very comfortable, to give good lessons to our students so that they can solve the challenges we are facing as a country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Cherarike.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also equally to welcome the great students of Cardinal Otunga to the Senate. I think colleagues have done a tremendous work. Myself, Madam Speaker, I school in one of the best schools that has produced two presidents. He produced President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, and has also produced the fifth, or where I come from is called the fifth, Dr. William Samoei Kipchirchir Arap Ruto, and you never know you as truly how the future will look like. So I'm alma of Kapsabet Boys High School, and I know we are in the equal league with Cardinal Otunga that is before us. So I wish them well, Madam Speaker. As we have been told, work hard, remain steadfast, be focused. The future is how you make it. And for Cardinal Otunga, you know you are the best. So there is nothing much we can talk about to them, because these are the future that we depend on our time, because Socrates says we are sojourners on this earth, Madam Speaker. When our time comes to an end, they will take over these reins, table office, your office, become senators, become leaders, become presidents, become lawyers, become doctors. And I'm happy the medical doctor, Dr. Kalwala, has taken over to welcome them. Our senior counsel, we have only 2 senior counsels at the moment, Senator Okongo Mugeni, the Nyamira senator, and my own lecturer, Professor Tom Ojienda, who is the senior counsel and a Kisumu senator. So there are only 2 SCs. Before we used to have 2 again. The former Senator Wetangula, current speaker, and the governor of Siaya. So, and we have a doctor in the house who is the whip. And by the way, for the information, Madam Speaker, Senator Khalwale is the whip of the majority side.
What's your point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt with Senator Cherargei, but because this is a house of record, standing on Standing Order number 105, Madam Speaker, would I be in order to request him to withdraw his statement that Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Masika Wetangula, is a senior counsel?
Senator Cherargei, I believe you're a counsel yourself, and you should have the role of the senior counsels in the Republic of Kenya. Can you respond to that?
My apologies, I agree. I meant Senator Amos Wako. And how can a doctor know who is a senior counsel, who is not? No, I'm saying because it escaped my mind, Madam Speaker. And you know Senator Okongo Omugeni, when he was the chairperson of LSK, he is the one who introduced the rules of senior counsel. And he said, if you are a chair of LSK, you must be a senior counsel. So he needs to be taken into account. How did he become a senior counsel? But I don't doubt, because Madam Speaker, he has defended me before. He has done very well before, Madam Speaker. But I stand guided, Madam Speaker.
You wish to be informed?
No, yeah, Senator Okongo Mugeni can inform me.
You know, first, I'm really embarrassed on behalf of lawyers in this country that it takes a doctor to correct a lawyer who is not a senior counsel. These are things that Senator Cherargei, whom I worked very hard to ensure is admitted the other day, and who is my good friend, you should know the list of senior counsels. And 2, I also don't want him to mislead the whole country, and especially more so lawyers. Madam Speaker, you are a lawyer and you know, to get conferment of the title of senior counsel, there is a committee that is chaired by a judge of the status of not less than a judge of Court of Appeal. You know that. And that you have to go through a very rigorous process through that committee before that title is conferred on you. Being a former chair of LSK just adds to the other requirements that you have to meet. So I think I did a mistake. I did a mistake, Madam Speaker, when I was chair of LSK. I exempted lawyers from CLE because we had very seasoned minds like Paul Mwite. But now looking at the performance of Senator Cherargei this afternoon, I'm going to make a recommendation that we bring back continuous legal education for some kind of lawyers serving in the Senate. So I wanted just to inform the member here so that it doesn't mislead the nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Cherargei.
Madam Speaker, if you have had the senior counsel, he says an addition was because he was the chair of LSK. That is why he was awarded a senior counsel. And I want to inform him I've been attending CLE seminars, so I don't know what he means, because all as lawyers, we attend CLE seminars, and Madam Speaker, unless there is exemptions. But I just wanted to point out that one of the conditions he became a senior counsel was because, Madam Speaker, that because he was the LSK chair. Madam Speaker, you cannot allow...
What is your Senator Eddie? What's your point of order?
I don't know why Senator Eddie is not a lawyer. Why would he be...
Chair, I still rise on point of order number 105 and 101. Madam Speaker, Senator Cherargei has got a very bad manners of degenerating into sometimes wiggling around the point of orders of this House and disobeying orders of this House, that if you're not careful, he ends up doing injustice to this House. Like right now, he is actually directly discussing Senator, Senior Counsel, Commissioner Eric Mogeni without a substantive motion, Madam Speaker. I have a problem with this because, again, he's a lawyer who does not even read the standing orders of this House, Madam Speaker. He is in order that he, instead of answering, he's actually discussing a senator of this House without a substantive motion, Madam Speaker. Imputing improper motive, Madam Speaker. This is not correct.
Madam Speaker.
Senator Omugeni is in the House, fortunately, and Senator Chiradige, you can respond to that concern.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what is wrong with Senator Eddy since he came back, but you know I've been excusing him because he's recovering. And we don't know whether because of illegal demos or what, but I can say, Madam Speaker, you heard Senator Okongo Omugeni discussing me and I didn't have a problem. Why is Senator Eddy Okech interested, or he wants to please the commissioner to get some parks? Madam Speaker, let me proceed to say that I support this equalization fund, Madam Speaker. I'm happy that Nandi County will be the biggest beneficiary, like Nandi's constituency, Tindred constituency, Madam Speaker, parts of Kapchorwa ward, among others, Madam Speaker, and Soba Songo. Nandi will get 157 million, 016 and 515 that will go to improvement of schools, Madam Speaker, roads, hospital, among others, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this is important. I remember the Gladys Bosch-Cholet committee in the previous session tried to come up with regulations on how to regulate this equalization fund. But I'm happy we are putting in place the law. I've always insisted, Madam Speaker, that this House, as the protector of devolution under Article 96, Madam Speaker, we continue to enrich devolution, Madam Speaker, by ensuring that we give life to Article 204, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Constitution, when you look at the architecture and design of the Constitution, we now import Article 204, which creates equalization fund by giving it life through such the Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, number 2, I note in clause 6 that one person has been nominated by Senate, which I think, Madam Speaker, is important, but where I have a problem, Madam Speaker, the advisory board will to oversee in consultation, monitor and evaluate, Madam Speaker. I have had a conversation about marginalization, about affirmative action, Madam Speaker. Traditional marginalization and hardship areas, Madam Speaker, must agree. Can you believe 60% of GDP is Nairobi? But some areas like Mukuru, Kwanjenga, Kibra, among other slums, Madare, can be regarded as hardship areas, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, even as we give Kilifi the way we discussed today, I'd be looking for a Tirik ward in Nandi County, Madam Speaker, to be given hardship allowances, Madam Speaker. I'll be looking forward to most parts in Nandil's constituency and Tindred constituency to be given full hardship allowance, Madam Speaker. But that one I would like to live in some slum areas, like even Nyalenda in Kisumu, Madam Speaker. Other areas which are slums, because we have what we call urban poverty. Madam Speaker, the danger in this country, Madam Speaker, is no longer the traditional marginalized areas, Madam Speaker. If you look at Kara, if you look at the report of poverty index, Madam Speaker, in fact, the traditional areas of Northern Frontier are more wealthier than the traditional, because when you look at the statistics before that was done by Kara, like Busia, Madam Speaker, the poverty index is very high, Madam Speaker. So we must agree that the issue of marginalization, the issue of affirmative decisions, we must be made, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this board is very critical because I wanted to use a few minutes, Madam Speaker, so that I can allow Senator Eddy also to give his input, Madam Speaker. When you look at clause number 16, it's very important that these marginalized areas like water and sanitation, roads, health facilities, electricity, such other basics shall be identified by Commission of Revenue Allocation, Madam Speaker. So I'm happy this has been noted very well, Madam Speaker. What I think it is just an import of Article 204 of the Constitution 2010, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, where I have a problem is clause number 17 that says each county commissioner of an eligible county shall establish or convene a county technical committee. 1, chairperson who shall be the county commissioner. 2, the relevant CCM or finance by county, Madam Speaker. And then 3, but where is the Senate? Where is the Senate? How can a county commissioner chair this money that we are dispersing, Madam Speaker? The issue of provisional administration is unconstitutional, first of all. The Constitution of Kenya were doing with traditional provisional administration, Madam Speaker. I think the committee should amend this. We must have a representative of a senator at the county technical committee. We cannot be appropriating money, Madam Speaker, and give other people to implement. Madam Speaker, the chairperson of Finance and Budget should take note, because we have county commissioner and CCM of finance. Why can a senator give a representative? So that we are not saying this is the committee that will manage money. So that as a senator, you are aware where money is going. This is about oversight. So that you don't just allocate money and dispense, Madam Speaker. Somebody can argue that that would be double conflict of interest. How can it be? The member of National Assembly is doing legislation oversight and representation here. But when you go, they are patrons of CDF. They don't directly run the CDF, but they are patrons of CCF. That is the role we should import. Madam Speaker, look at the affirmative fund of women representative, Madam Speaker. The women representative is a patron of the affirmative funds. She doesn't directly handle there is a board and a manager that runs the accounts manager fund, Madam Speaker. So I think as a Senate, that's how we become irrelevant. That's how, you remember Senator Okonko Mugeni, senior counsel, SC at the end of his name, Madam Speaker. In the last session, we fought over the establishment of county roads board, where the National Assembly selfishly ensured that they have representative from the level of constituency to the county, but they didn't put a senator. Yet they wanted us to pass. That is how we become relevant. That's why you get people like Senator Okongo Mugeni, Senator Okiya Omtata going to court to try and create for us space where we are running away. We are edging ourselves out of the space, Madam Speaker. And that is why even ministers sometimes don't appear with the Senate, because they did us with condescending attitude, because they imagine we don't bite, Madam Speaker. I think we must stop this. The Senate must occupy its rightful place. And this clause number 20, Madam Speaker, must be amended. That a senator of a county should be given power to give a representative to sit in that technical committee. Personally, 157 million plus that is going to Nandi, I would want to know, but I'm in Senate. But the law has given us, I can elect my representative, maybe a county manager, to go and sit in that technical committee and be aware. I don't have a problem with clause number 21. 21 also, it is about appointing. So, Madam Speaker, how are you sure the county commissioner can appoint, Madam Speaker, can appoint your opponent, Madam Speaker? We need to be careful. What we are creating, Madam Speaker, is very dangerous. We could be feeding a dangerous animal, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the faith-based groups, I agree. Village administrators, I agree. ACC, I agree.
Senator
Number
Cherargei,
22.
We have a point of order from Senator
From who?
Boni. Senator Boni.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, because this is debate, it's good for us to listen and get the clarity of the thinking of a member so that he can carry us with him. Could the Senator for Nandi...
order, under what standing
105.
order are you raising?
Accuracy. Could the Senator of Nandi help me? When you ask me to go and sit on this board that is playing an executive role of administering funds, how then will I oversight myself when I come to Nairobi? I've been part of a mess in the county in Kakamega, and now I come to Nairobi, I'm expected to oversight that. Can you tell me how a senator can have that dual function of doing both? Clarified.
It does not sound like a point of order, Senator Boni.
Sorry.
It sounds like a different, you should have come under a different standing order.
Sorry.
So allow Senator Cherargei to continue. and consult your standing orders.
I will help him, Madam Speaker. He has helped us to identify senior councils. I will also help him understand what I'm saying. Madam Speaker, what I'm just saying is simple. I have even used an example of a CDF model that I've said a member of National Assembly, allow me to finish this order, Madam Speaker. A member of National Assembly is a patron of a CDF. It doesn't directly manage the funds. And that is what I'm proposing, Madam Speaker, that I'm not saying this technical committee will just to oversee. But that is what we mean by oversight. I'm not saying the technical committee will be the ones in charge of accounts because it has been given, like for example, Project Identification Implementation Committee. It's just to be appraised. I'm not saying they do daily, they give procurement, they give tender. That's what I'm not saying because the technical committee is just to be the advisory of what should be done with the fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in conclusion.
It's a point of information. Do you wish to be informed by Senator Roba?
No, I have sufficient information.
Said.
No, Madam Speaker, Senator Governor Roba is my very good friend, and I respect him, my elder brother. And I know he will buy me tea after this to give me more information. Madam Speaker, the functions of the Project Identification and Implementation Committee shall be to undertake public participation. I agree. I think we need to agree that all the things that we are doing, Madam Speaker, will be important. Prepare and submit a report, funding. And that is why I wanted, Madam Speaker, this county commissioner, and it is answering Senator Kalwale, the bullfighter, I hope you are noting. In clause number 21, the county commissioner of the eligible county shall establish a project identification and implementation committee. Now, this committee of county commissioner will come now and form this committee. So what I am proposing is to get a representative to sit with the county commissioner, so that when they are coming up with the project identification and implementation committee, it becomes easy, Madam Speaker, to do the job. I'm not, by the way, I'm not a fan that the senator or a representative of the senator should manage the procurement plans of those like water, roads. No, I'm just saying be part of the technical and the overseeing factor. Because Senator Roba has put that this project identification committee shall be comprised, and I'm happy he has not put any senator here. But I'm proposing at the level of county commissioner who shall be comprising this committee. I hope Senator Kalwale, through you, Madam Speaker, is getting the notes bullet by bullet. Yes. The functions of the project identification, Madam Speaker, the only problem I have is the involvement of counties, Madam Speaker. You know, counties are bastions of corruption. In fact, the biggest threat, and I saw Senator Kalwale today, he was in a program, State of the Nation, and sometimes because we are going to devolution conference in Wasingishu, the biggest cloaking system of a devolution in this country, the biggest threat, the biggest cancer of functionality of devolved units in this country is corruption. Madam Speaker, you heard yesterday complaining that it looks like we are going to default settings of 2013, where money was just being released to counties and there is no accountability measures, Madam Speaker. As the Vice Chairperson of Public Accounts Committee, County Public Accounts Committee, if you look at the heart, the body, the blood, the system of counties is infected by corruption and lethargy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, corruption continues to eat our counties, Madam Speaker. I don't find any wisdom, Madam Speaker. You get a governor running around to look for scholarship for children outside the country while the roads in the village are not passing through. While water cannot be accessed, Madam Speaker. Where did governors get this energy of running to look for scholarships and not fixing the small roads like feeder roads? Like water, Senator Okongo Mugeni, like drugs in hospital. Which energy do governors have to look for scholarship? I can see nowadays they are busy even lobbying for national government projects. It is not their business, Madam Speaker. When we do budget at the parliament, that budget should guide. Now governors have left their job of fixing feeder roads, fixing water, fixing ECD, fixing drugs in hospital. They are now busy doing other things, coming to COG here, perpetuating many issues, Madam Speaker, that do not tally with fourth schedule. I want to ask, Madam Speaker, through you, that during the devolution conference, Senator Okongo Mugeni, SC, at the end of his name, be given opportunity to school governors about their role as for fourth schedule, Madam Speaker. Because we are going back, Madam Speaker, and I want to agree. The reason, Madam Speaker, somebody will ask in conclusion, why are we coming up with Senator Roberts' Madam Speaker, law that says let us create the equalization administration bill. Why are we coming up with conditional grants law? Why are we ring-fence the law, Madam Speaker? It's because of one thing. It is because we no longer have that ability where governors can use money until we guide them, until we tell them, can you put this money here? Madam Speaker, devolution should work. And I hope people like Senator Ali Roba, governor, the former governor of Mandera, should be given opportunity to speak to governors on what devolution can change the lives of people, like the way it has changed in Mandera, Madam Speaker. I know Kakamega is a story state. I don't want to say much because I'm a neighbor, and you know, it's so, Madam Speaker, there is the biggest challenge that we still undergo. I say this with tremendous respect, but I want to ask the committee of Senator Governor Al Robert to give us opportunity to amend this bill on the Religious Committee of the Whole. Let us, as a Senate, let us not remove ourselves from the role that we should be participating. Before we know it, this Senate will have to be closed because slowly and by slowly, we are relieving ourselves from the role that we should be doing, Madam Speaker. And one of the roles is protecting the interest of counties. Protecting the interest of counties does not only involve sending money, but oversighting it and representing the people. Madam Speaker, with those very, very many remarks, I support this bill and say when it comes to Committee of the Whole, I'll have a few amendments to put here and there. And Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I'm happy that Senator Eddie Okech is now at least doing the legislative work that has been undertaken, Madam Speaker. And I think I want to advise him, the meaningful change you can do is on the floor of the House, not on the streets of Nairobi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll avoid commenting on the final remarks of my friend Senator Cherargei for the obvious reasons that Cherargei perhaps does not appreciate the power of his boss, who is not actually in the Senate, but is actually on the streets in the name of the people of Kenya. That is the people who have employed you, and sometimes when I go to the street, I go to answer to my boss. Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill, very important so because while the Constitution establishes Equalization Fund as was well articulated by the mover of the motion, the Chair of Finance and Budget, Captain, Party Leader, Senator Ali Roba, two things have been a challenge since the inception of this fund with the dispensation of the new constitution in 2010. Number one of them, of course, was the issue of how is the fund distributed. But that issue, Madam Speaker, was well defined in terms of solution by the Constitution under Article 216, which then establishes the Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA, that is mandated to figure out how that money is distributed. And of course, through that lens, the CRA has been able to do two things. One, of course, is identifying the policy angles that define the process for identification of the more absolutely marginalized counties historically, which happen to be 14 of them. But after doing some work, which I think that Senator Boni Alwale was actually concerned about, also identified other pockets of marginalizations that have existed, both directly and indirectly, because of actions or inactions of governments that have previously passed. And then secondly, Madam Speaker, after doing those identification of those marginalizations, then the CRA then goes ahead and looks at how the distribution of the fund should be placed in terms of usage that can be in tandem with the County Development Index, which that has been done very well. But Madam Speaker, we hit a deadlock as a country because of lack of administrative requirement. Because administrative requirement is what then will do what CRA will not be able to do, which is basically ensuring that there is good governance across the jurisdictions where these funds go to. And this was important, Madam Speaker, and actually highlights why this bill is very important, and I think I won't belabor repeating the reasons why previous administrative structures and regulations failed, as that was well articulated by Senator Captain Governor Ali Roba. But the significant element that I would invite the Senate to actually see in this bill is that, number one, if we are able to pass this bill as is, it will ensure that there is growing regulatory complexity that addresses the fact that there is a nexus between this fund and other funds that are mandated to the counties. What do I mean by this? I've seen my brother Senator Cherargei struggling with the concept of having even a Senate representative being visible in the project implementing structure that we are proposing this bill, Madam Speaker. The complexity emerges because perhaps the understanding of many people is not that this fund is for counties. This fund, actually, if you read Article 204, 1 and 2, you will realize that actually this is not money for the counties. It is money to the counties, but it is money for the national government. It is a national government intervention, and Article 204, 2, I don't know why Cherargei has left the House, because this one you should have listened to. The national government shall use the equalization fund only to provide for basic services, including water, roads, health, facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of these services to those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation. What this means, Madam Speaker, is that while the marginalization problems of not having these functions having been done in the counties manifest in the county, but and also while some of the functions that are indicated here, like water, health, have been devolved to the counties, Madam Speaker, the fact remains that this money is actually money for the national government to do these interventions. So our only work is to ensure that we unlock the growing regulatory complexities with regards to those functions that end up being in the hands of the county. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it will be wrong for any senator to propose that we have a member of the Senate or any body from the office of the Senate to be in the implementing arm or any other structure of this particular fund. That would actually be problematic. Secondly, I just wanted to say on a lighter note on that point, Madam Speaker, that Senator Cherargei should learn that we keep on insisting that this is the upper house. It's a upper house because of the majoritarian responsibility that we have. A county represents a varied number of constituencies. To that extent, if the National Assembly chooses to disregard their role under Article 93 and 94 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, to the extent that they want to mix their legislative function, their oversight function, and representative function with the executive function, such as insisting that CDF is constitutional, to the extent that they want to have their hands in CDF and implementing projects, we believe as a Senate that is unconstitutional. Anywhere in the world, you cannot have the same oversighter implementing projects and want to oversight itself. So there is no reasoning other than we should do the same misnomer that National Assembly is doing just for the purposes of competing with the National Assembly. We are not the National Assembly. We are the senators of Kenya. And as a Senate, we must stamp our feet that we will remain loyal to the Constitution of Kenya, that where we are tempted to get some executive powers of going to implement projects on the ground just to get some money and campaign with people on the ground because you have executed some projects, that we won't do. It is unconstitutional. We cannot have our hands in the functions that are executive in nature. Let the people who are implementing the executive programs implement, and then let us come and oversight them once they have done their job. And that's why I agree with the senior Senator Boni Aluale that we cannot have our hands going to the port of implementation and defining projects in the grassroots and coming back here to oversight ourselves. It is not possible, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this bill will ensure that there is ultimate transparency with regards to the governance across jurisdiction of the Equalization Fund. Why do I say this? In the current formation, we have struggled so much, even in the National Treasury, to even know what nature of funds have been released to who, which kind of projects have been done by who, which ones are stalling. Why? Because of lack of this administrative function. To the extent that there are some places that projects were done, especially in the healthcare space, and they were done through MDAs from the national government. And because there was no clarity in terms of that administrative structure, up to date we don't know whether they succeeded or not. So this is the functional unit that will ensure that ultimate transparency. Madam Speaker, lastly, the Equalization Fund cannot succeed without accountability and operational efficiency. Not just a framework, but it has to be efficient. That is why, if you look at the work that this particular committee did, we did try as much as possible to devolve the units to the ground to the best level possible. As I finish, Madam Speaker, I want to say that it should also interest this Senate, and keenly so, that as a committee, we have proposed that we acknowledge that the sunset clause of this bill gives it up to 20 years that it was supposed to go. But because of these challenges, Madam Speaker, we have almost 12 to 13 years now when this equalization fund has not taken root to the proper means. So we only have about 7 years, really, to think about attaining the purpose for this fund. And Madam Speaker, that is not adequate enough. We can never do justice enough to constituencies of people, and in particular, the 14 counties that were marginalized by section paper number 10 of 1965. We can never do them justice enough, alongside other pockets of marginalization that have been identified by CRA, if we strictly adhere to the sunset clause. And that is why, Madam Speaker, if you look at this bill in the context of Article 204(7), which provides for the lifetime of the fund and how it can be able to be reviewed in the context of Article 204(8), we really need to rethink the idea of what I would call absolute equity, which is the idea of great fairness and great impartiality, because there was no impartiality when these counties were marginalized. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I would urge colleague members to keenly look at that particular provision of this bill and endorse the fact that we can be able to add some 10 more years so that the need principle, the capacity principle, the effort principle, the efficiency principle, the basic minimum principle, and the fair process principle can be achieved for the people who have been marginalized over time, so that equity can finally come to this country in terms of these marginalized areas coming to par with other areas of this country. And therefore, Madam Speaker, with that, I absolutely support this bill and appreciate so much the chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee, together with the vice chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee, for their tremendous work and commitment and passion to ensure that at long last, Equalization Fund can actually be able to work for this country so that we can be a nation instead of nations staying in their own enclaves. And therefore, I support Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Eddie. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support, but with a rider, that I hope the chair who has moved this bill will agree that we enrich the contents with some ideas which will make it more useful to the people who reside in our counties. Madam Speaker, first, I want to agree this afternoon with the sentiments of Senator Alwale. You know, Madam Speaker, Article 204 on Equalization Fund was meant to bring to speed counties that have been lagging behind because of bad government policies. And, you know, to be very fair, imagine when you speak of Nandi compared with Nyamira, or Kericho compared with Nyamira. Madam Speaker, how can my neighbors, Kericho, with those huge tea estates, with the kind of dairy farming that is being undertaken in Kericho, with the good rivers and the supply of piped water, be called a marginalized county? Whereas Nyamira, with the kind of population we have, you, Madam Speaker, if you have gone to Nyamira, you know an area called Keroka. You know, our population in Keroka is like living in an urban center. That's how bad it is, Madam Speaker. We don't have piped water, but there is this argument that we Kisses are hardworking. We are able to build houses that have iron sheets, so we are able to tap rainwater and use it. Therefore, the government argues that Kisses is blessed with good, you know, rainfall. They can harvest water and use it. They don't need piped water. The truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that this was a very good idea. I commend the first Senate. They came up with a good formula and picked the right counties that were meant to be. The first 14, you know, we look at the names of the counties that were in the first counties that were to benefit from this fund. You cannot fault it. I mean, if you have been to Turkana, you'll be out of your minds to doubt that Turkana needs an equalization fund. If you have been to the county of Governor Mandera, we have sat, Madam Speaker, with the governors who give us horrendous stories. The distance that people have to walk in Mandera before they're able to get an health facility. The distance that they have to walk before they're able to get water. I think the first tarmac road, Senator Roba, you can correct me, the first tarmac hit the farthest point of northern Kenya during the tenure of President Kibaki. It's about 10 years ago. I mean, when you hear the stories, you appreciate that there are counties that honestly deserve to benefit from this equalization fund. You go to Tana River. You go to Tana River. I mean, you find pastoralists who, God forbid, if they fall sick, they don't know where to get a health center. So when you are told about an equalization fund, that's what it should be. But this one of now putting 34 counties where people are actually living happily, it's not right. So I hope that when we look at the formula next, we'll do justice to the Kenyan people, Madam Speaker. We only allow counties that are most deserving to be the only ones that are benefiting from this equalization fund. And you know, we have had a lot of, you know, hiccups. You remember in 2015, the first implementation matrix was struck off by the courts because we didn't get it right. So money has been stuck in Treasury for a long, long time. And I was initially opposed to this extension of 10 years. But looking at the time that we have lost, maybe there is wisdom in proposing that in line with Article 204, we can give a non-renewable extension of 10 years. But with a rider that will have to look at the formula and ensure that this money only benefits counties that are most deserving. Two, Madam Speaker, on the proposal that has been made to the floor by Senator Cherargei. I want to persuade senators, including Senator Galwale, to look at that proposal objectively. And also we borrow from the practices that we have seen from our brothers in the National Assembly. Because Senator Cherargei is not proposing that Senator Galwale, you go and sit in this county technical, I think it's called Project Identification and Implementation Committee. He's not proposing that senators should go and sit as members in that committee, but is making a proposal which I fully identify and agree with, that your office as Senator of Kakamega should get an opportunity to nominate people from your office who will sit in that committee that we should call PIIC. And how does the CDF operate, Madam Speaker? The only entry for a member of parliament, yet the people at the local constituents identify the MP as the person who dishes out bursary, the one who identifies what project should get money, is the one who will ensure which school gets money. It's why, because if you read the framework, and I'm sure Senator Galwale knows this better than I, because you have been a member of parliament, the only entry, Madam Speaker, for a member of parliament is that, mandate given to the member of parliament to nominate people. In fact, nowadays, not even to nominate. The law has changed. Nowadays, they pick representative to sit in the committee that interviews people who will sit in the CDF board. But because he picks people from his office who sit in the interviewing panel, the way it is here, together with the sub-county administrator, what we now call the sub, do we call them ADCC or something? The DCC. Because he has a representative who sits there and he picks these people, he now has an entry of having a say on the operations of CDF. The law only says that when the projects are being launched, the committee will invite the member of parliament to come and witness. Why can't we borrow that legal framework, Senator Halwale? All that we are saying, as Senator Okech has reminded us, if you read Article 204, this is a national government fund. This is not a fund that is managed by a governor. It is not governed by a governor, You know, last parliament, Madam Speaker, we had a big fight on this floor. And what is the fight? We were just trying to expand the presence of elected leaders in determining which roads should get funds from the Rural Roads Board Authority. Because National Assembly had amended the law and they decreed that the member of parliament will pick 2 representatives to sit in that board. So we said, so that there is parity, Madam Speaker, let also the office of the senator pick 2 nominees. I mean, just 2. And it was a big fight. They said, we don't want to see the presence of a senator anywhere. These guys are going to make us share power. We don't want. That's not the way it should be, Madam Speaker. Let the country accept that this country has now embraced a devolved system of government. We don't sit here like House of Lords. We are elected directly by the people. I don't know the number of votes Senator Halwale got, but I'm sure it's not less than 100. It could even be 200. 300. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, how can somebody who has direct mandate, because they queued and voted for you, with 300. How can it be that you don't have a say at all in picking somebody who will have a say on what roads needs to be, put some marab? It's a fallacy. Because we are treated like we are the House of Lords. Madam Speaker, House of Lords in England, they are never elected by anybody. The best we can compare this House with is the Senate of Australia, the Senate of US. Because those ones also get direct mandate from the people. And Madam Speaker, if you look at those jurisdictions, because of the area you campaign, you have 11 constituencies, 12. Imagine, Senator Alwale campaigns in 12 constituencies. 12. Me, I'm lucky, mine is 4. And then he serves a term of 5 years. Like a member of National Assembly who campaigns in a smaller area and gets the same term. What do the Americans do, Madam Speaker? Because they recognize that it is so rigorous to campaign in the entire state, they have given them a tenure of how many years? 6. The House of Representatives, because the area is small, you just need a constituency of 700,000. They serve for 2 years. So there is an injustice, and I hope that we will get an opportunity during the tenure of UDA to review the Constitution in a manner that is very objective, not in a partisan way, in a very impartial, non-partisan way, so that we correct some of these injustices. If you go to Australia, Madam Speaker, the senators there serve for a period of 6 years. The House of Representatives, they serve for 4 years. Because it's appreciated, when you campaign in a bigger area, you get a longer period. So I want to persuade my chairman to agree with this proposal. We can put our heads together, all of us. We come up with an amendment that will give room for the office of the senator to pick representatives in this committee. There will be no conflict. We have stated that there is a good example. The roads, members of parliament have representatives. CDF, they have representatives. Otherwise, Chair, I agree, I really identify the vibrancy with which you have taken your assignment as the chair of the finance committee. You have done very well. We are proud of you. Initially, you know, some of us didn't want to hear governors coming here to be senators. But you know, now having seen what you are able to do, together with my friend, Senator Mandago, I welcome more governors to bring that experience. You have done very well, Senator Captain. We are proud of you. You have done good work in this committee, and I hope you will put the icing on the cake by bringing some amendments that will give senators some presence in the equalization fund. Finally, Madam Speaker, I really hope we find a way of ring-fencing this money from this cancer called corruption. From this cancer called corruption. You know, Madam Speaker, at times I wonder how Kenyans are wired. You know, this money is supposed to enhance our health facilities, not to assist the sick. You are supposed to give access to water to poor people, people who can't afford generators in their homes. You are supposed to have good roads for the people we represent. But again, we want to steal the same money. And we pretend to be good Christians, good Muslims, but we still steal money that is meant for the poor people. I hope that we can find a solution to this. I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but the accountability mechanisms on the use of county money has not been up to a level that we can all be proud of. Because I've not seen anybody who has faced consequences. So the message we are sending to the country is that there is no corruption at the counties. All governors who have served for the last 10 years, they are all free. All of them. If they have used money that was meant for hospitals, for roads, to amass wealth, they are walking and roaming in the streets. I really hope that we can find a solution on this cancer called corruption, so that this money, the good ideas that are in the 2010 Constitution, can help our people. I hope I've persuaded Senator Kalwale on this proposed amendment so that we can move together. I support, Madam Speaker, with the rider that there will be some amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Muma Muyeka Catherine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very, very important law that has actually been delayed for so many years. Mr. Speaker, I know I won't have enough time. I'll continue at a later stage.
What's your point of order,
Madam
Senator?
Speaker, I have corrected myself.
The honorable member calling you Mr. Speaker.
Draw. It's Madam Speaker, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Is she in order to refer to you as Mr. Speaker? In a time like this when we are celebrating our women, the whole country is proud to see a woman on the Speaker's seat.
Senator Mugeni, she's definitely out of order and she's corrected herself. So she'll be allowed to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Mogeni, for correcting me. Allow me, Honorable Chair Robert, to bring us back. My view is that this law must be aligned with the mandate of the Senate to protect counties and their governments, and it must help us to implement Article 204. My general comment to begin is that as currently structured, this law in fact undermines county governments. This law has elected to create a mechanism that will work in the county in parallel to the county government. One that will sit, one that will require CECs to make decisions and report to it, one that will oversee implementation, one that will then go to monitor that implementation. I would hope that I can persuade you to change the route and structure this law in a manner that will respect the functional assignment between the national government and the county government as provided for in this constitution. Madam Chair, Article 204 contemplates that the Equalization Fund will be deployed towards marginalized areas, and it is intended to help provide basic services, including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas. Madam Speaker, those are county functions. Article 204, 3B contemplates that this money, of course, will come from monies collected nationally. It will be held by national government, and I'm proposing that we make a law that opts to forward this money as conditional grants to county government to then carry out the functions as provided. Why do I say so? I don't think county planning contemplates that a CIDP will look at the needs of a county and leave out other things for somebody from outside to come and plan for a different place. Properly speaking, when you're planning for your county, I'm planning for County Busia, I need to know I have so many health facilities, I still need so many health facilities out of the areas in my county, the most marginalized is that area. But maybe the money I have is not adequate for me to deliver in those places. So when the Equalization Fund selection areas comes, I would then be able to say, this area is the most marginalized in Busia, can it be considered for purposes of this? What the fund ought to do is then give conditional grants that Busia County.
Honorable Senator, it is now 6:30. When we resume, you will have 16 minutes to contribute to this motion. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 1st August 2023 at 2:30 p.m.